Howdy, y'all. I had to end the stream fast earlier. I started the stream this morning and I had the morning off, but then people got confused and thought I had to be at work. So I ended the stream and went to work to find out that I didn't need to be at work, but I just went ahead and worked. So now I'm off and I'm going to do an evening stream. Gotta love the confusion. Alrighty. So I've got, while I was working, I was kicking off lots of, what you want to call it, research string documents and stuff. So I was doing organization and cleanup, and now I am going to commit. Push to origin. So we're checking in. I'm gonna try to check in every time I start a stream or really do any work. So it's always fun. And it's always just a good little safety net. So alright. So the next effort, what I want to do is I'm gonna fix the stats real quick. So I was going spitballing ideas. Stat system review. All right. So I had a stat class that was all kinds of crap. It had a ton of derived stats that were static or basically set, and that was not right. And I've been meaning to get back to that because I didn't like it, and they should all been derived. So let me get to them. So my character stat sheet. Yeah, see all these derived stats, this is not the way to go. I'm going to move to folder root, change these. Save that guy. There we go. So I was using Splashtop Desktop to remote in and like give the code to the AI while I was working here and there to, have it do review or test this or that, or basically come up with this, like the code here. And then now that I'm off the clock, I'm going to actually go through and implement these things. I don't think I have an attribute class, do I? Okay. Let's go ahead and add that to the character. Attribute.cs. I don't want those notifications. After I refactor the stat system, I'm going to start working on the enemies, or I might do a little combat and then farming, but that's kind of my goal, is to expand the NPC actions, polish up combat, polish up their movement, and get them to a good state, and then move on to farming, the farming skill, I think is my plan, Ah, shit. Scared me. Stupid spammer. Wish I could block that. Kick, no, without a doubt, Kick has bots in your thing instantly, and then boom, right there, fast. They are not on top of it. Not at all. Hey, Akumbaka, how you doing? I'm gonna go with that for now. Okay, so the stats have been massively simplified to my kind of original intent. Oh, hey, how you doing? Let me show you some things. Let me show you some things. You can kind of see the Octopath Traveler effects like right there in the background. It's kind of blurring there. I'm working on the lighting and stuff, so it's kind of dark right now and there's not a lot of lights. But the characters, I've normal mapped them using this program, which is a free program you can find on itch.io. And you can create normal maps for the sprites. And the normal map gives it a little depth. So when the lighting hits it, or you're next to a fire, campfire, you'll see it like a campfire like glowing off the side of the sprite, and it has more of a 3D effect because of the normal map. Gives it kind of some depth info. Oh, I've got errors. All right, let me finish this refactor real fast. Oh, I can just delete all those probably. Actually, I will have it refactor that guy. So I've got my presentation at the university. Hey, Lavacta, how's it going, man? I am going fishing. Eventually, I will be teaching. Oh, wait, the hat. Yes, I love this hat. I don't know, like I bought it when I went canoeing one year or so ago, and I've just actually just got really, really attached to it. I like the hat. I love it. I feel like Gilligan sometimes. Depends on how I have it. Health modifier. So my keynote will be given at the University of British Columbia, but I will be remote. Well, I don't know. I might try to go, but that's a lot of. I think I have to get my passport renewed, and getting through Canada might be tricky. So I'm probably gonna do it remote. But I mean, it's a cool honor because I basically was showing some of the people that like the top rungs of the company all the work I've done with AI and automation and stuff. And then the next day or two, I got an invite to be a keynote speaker at one of the best colleges in the world. Um, and I'm a college dropout. I don't have a degree. It's self-taught. So it's really exciting. I'm so happy to have this opportunity. Uh, and this is like doctorates, doctors, everyone that publishes. So I also could write, I could have my speech or I could write a paper and have it published in their thing, but that takes, I have to do a certain format, but the presentation is kind of separate from that. but I could, if I wanted to, get published in the book because it's a journal, or I don't know what they call it exactly, but it's like $200 to buy. Like every time they have a bunch of people submit papers and stuff. Yeah, so it's crazy. And at work, I keep getting I don't know, like I'm getting ready to where they're gonna let me kind of do some more creative things and innovate a little bit more with AI camera vision programs and stuff like that. So I'm really pumped. Very pumped. Oh, I really was dumb when I first created the stats here in the game, and now I'm fixing my past mistakes right now. Just to, I'll be through the errors in a second, and I'll show you gameplay. It's all hell stat modifier. How you been, man? Oh, I'm on the East Coast. I am in Delaware. I think I have the weekend off, man. I might drive up towards you and get lunch or something. I forgot about that. Well, they my key fob on my rental, the one that I drove up here that had self driving and the adaptive cruise and all that, which made it pretty much drove me the entire way up here. 14-hour drive for me. Um, oh yeah, might might shoot for Sunday then. But my key fob died, and I was really sad because I knew they were going to take the car, and I'd probably get into a lesser car, and I did. It only has the adaptive cruise, and I'm just dreading that 14-hour drive without the self driving again. So I probably need to go to Philly to the airport to finally get my car replaced. Yeah, right. No, thank you. I like the new car, the newer car. It was a Hyundai Sonata. It was really nice. Yep, yep. Sometimes you got. I was just going too fast and wasn't thinking things through. Refactor this class and review the any code related to the stat um, runtime stats or the character sheet stats. So I've been having it architect everything as a scriptable data object system or event driven from the get go. So like the stats, the scriptable object, which is the data, and again, data separated from the logic allows for anyone to create like a new character stats, and like you can just edit in the inspector. And I mean, yeah, yeah, that's sports ball, right? Is that what that they're doing? I don't know. But I don't know. I've really built out this as a data driven system and a designer friendly system. So anyone, non programmer wise, can make new items, can make new races, can make new item properties, and they can create new objects in the game without, writing code for it. And I've really focused on making it data driven first. Um, and like almost every system is completely data and event driven. So it's very decoupled and all that goodness. Oh, football. Yeah. But yeah, I should have the weekend off because the code's been stable. I've been up here for over a week now, I think, and haven't had any issues. I haven't had to make any code changes to get anything working. Um, I I freaking love Gemini for this whole architecture and like planning and all that. Have you seen my workflow? recently, or have you seen this project? I've got such an amazing workflow now. It's nuts. Okay. Yeah, I'll show you that real quick or here in a second. I always basically I do deep research for, like, say I want to create a new system. So it's a single player colony life sim game, right? But um, I want to incorporate some kind of social or multiplayer kind of feature, sort of like Death Stranding, where even though you are a single player, things you do affect the world and have an effect on other players' worlds. So what I did was actually let me go to G Docs. I ran some reports, deep research reports today while as in passing. Do, 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 do. Is this right? Yeah, here it is. So here's the deep research report on the community-driven features. So, like, if the players build stuff, their characters can, like, if you die in the dungeon, that can echo. What you do echoes, and I store that in a database. And then when people load or playing the game as single player, just like Death Stranding, like someone builds a bridge. You haven't used the deep research features? Oh my gosh, dude. This is how I start all my things now. Like, look at how many deep research reports I have. This is all I deep research non-stop. And then I create AI podcasts out of those deep researches so I can listen to it in passing. So, like, here in the Discord, where's that? I've got the podcast for this stuff here. Hold on. So, like, listen to this. This is crazy. I guess they're all going to be downloads.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we're really getting into the weeds, structurally analyzing one of the really exciting ideas in modern open world RPGs.
So I'll just listen to these AI podcasts based off my deep research reports that I had to do.
Looking at the technical blueprint, the actual architecture.
And if I want to build a new feature or
a storyteller, or maybe
and again,
a game
this
master,
applies outside of
our
coding.
sources are digging
deep
into
research
designs for games
all
like
kinds of stuff.
the big complex roguelikes. Think something like
Google's products.
And why this matters, why we're doing this deep
so
dive.
Gemini, you go right here, you click deep
AI,
research,
well,
and
just reacts,
basically
right?
you can
It
have
follows
it do
script,
deep
throws
research on
monsters at
any
you.
topic.
That's about it.
But
What
for
we're exploring here
programming,
is
what
way
I
more
do is I
sophisticated.
say,
It's an architecture
here's the
designed
best
to
example.
almost collaborate with you, the player.
I had it create
In real
a
time,
technical
to write a
design
totally
document
unique
for
story
an
every
integrated
single playthrough.
inventory
We're talking
system in
personalized
Unity
epics,
using scriptable
triumph,
objects
failure,
and
the
event-driven
works. Not just
systems.
deciding when the next
And
gobble
it
wave shows
laid
up.
out all the
Okay,
stuff
let's unpack this stack.
here.
Yeah.
It researched it. It told
Jumps
me the
out
classes
right away from these
and all
blueprints
the
is this
scriptable objects
huge
to make.
philosophical shift. It's
Um,
fundamental.
and then it
The
shows the
goal
pros
isn't
and
about
cons of
crafting a
different
perfectly
things. So
balanced
here,
difficulty curve.
Yeah.
like
I mean,
here,
it's
it's
almost
breaking
impossible
down.
in a massive
Should I
chaotic
use a
sandbox
list
anyway.
for the
right?
items
Too many
and the
variables.
code? Or
Exactly.
should I use a
So
dictionary?
instead, the whole project
yeah,
is
let me
about
turn it
designing a system.
Well, I'll turn that off actually. But see how good that sounds? It sounds real almost. Like it's two people just talking about the document. So it's a good fun way to do that in passing. But like here, it's like, okay, you want to use a dictionary because the lookup is going to be almost instantaneous because it's an O1 hash lookup, whereas the list, I'll be searching through the list until I find the thing and all this stuff. Like, but then what I do is I go from that and I go open a Gemini chat and I go to the canvas and I say, I link it to so after you do a deep research, you can export it to Google Drive, your Google Drive, and I say, give me a detailed project plan to implement this in Unity 6.2. And now in Canvas, it gives it time. Basically gives it a text editor instead of just the prompt. Normal prompts, it only has so much space to work, but here it's going to create this long project plan. So it's sprint 1, core data architecture, and it always says like 4 sprints, 1.5 weeks each. But I usually get through these project plans, and I use these plans to guide the AI through the feature. And I usually can get through like 1 or 2 a day if I'm really working at it. But it keeps the AI on track, and me on track because of ADHD. But and then that's how I build out these systems. So it's neat. But see the here, it'll like break it all down, and then I take this and I say, okay, start implementing the plan. Well, I review it all too to make sure it's what I want, and then I course correct it if I don't like the plan. Now it's going to start working all the scripts and classes and everything it needs, or I need. And then I start putting it into Unity, and then once I've got all the code, I have it detail out how to test it and set up the Unity scenes or anything I need to do in Unity. So like here, create the item definition, the scriptable object, and say next steps, etc., etc. But that's the workflow that I do now. So I start with deep research. I create a project plan in the canvas from the deep research, and then I start getting at it. So let me finish this change here. And periodically, and another great thing about Gemini is you can give it the code. So like ChatGPT, I can't like dump my code base in this. I can't be like, so there's 2 methodologies, and I mostly do just quick little blurps for the deep research. So like, let's a feature that I'm going to do. So I'm gonna give it a reference to the code real quick so it knows what I'm. So here's my scripts folder in the project, right? Now it's got all my scripts, and I'm like, I want to add the ability for the AI to. Now I'm skipping the. Well, no, I'm not really skipping the deep research. So typically I give it a 1 or 2 line blurb about what I want for the deep research, and that's good enough. But if you want, here's a way you can kind of improve the deep research prompt by having it do it too. Give me a deep research prompt for this feature. I want the ability to add, for the AI to be able to fish and store fish, go fishing and store it in the base's inventory system. So it's going to go over the code. Yeah, no, totally. That's basically the concept. And I don't usually do this step because my 1 or 2 line sentence blurb is good enough. But sometimes the improved prompt it just breaks it down a little better, and you can get a better deep research out of it. Or you can have it improve a prompt for anything, not just deep research. So give it the gist of what you want. So here, I'm going to take this guy. And then now I can't give it code. The deep research, I can't give it code, but that's fine. And I just hit start. It'll tell me what it's about to, or it'll kind of lay out what it's going to do, and then I hit start. But these deep research things in the AI podcast are amazing. Like, look how in-depth this design document for the inventory system is. And then it cites all the sources that it used and all that. And like, it's usually nailed all these systems right. I usually don't have to do too much to it. But then, so from there, you can create like the audio overview from your deep research chat right here. But that AI podcast from this chat, it's only going to be about 5-7 minutes and stuff. It's not as good. So what I do once I have it, I go to Notepad or Notebook LM, which is Google's thing too, and I create a new notebook. Well, I'll just go to one I've already made here. World building, controller, inventory, UI analysis. And then here you can go over here to the audio overview and get a longer one. This can be up to like, depending on how many sources and how much research you have, this could be up to like 20 to 30 to like 70-minute long podcast. And you can also make it do a deep dive, do a brief one, critique it, or debate it. And then you can kind of guide the audio overview, like what are you kind of focused on? And I love these things. I just listen to them in passing, so as I'm planning out stuff. So that's my workflow. But yeah, I'm gonna get back to working. All right. Yeah, it works. Like, I'm only 2 weeks into these systems. And I've built more complex systems than I've ever designed in my entire career. And let me get these errors fixed so I can show you. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm going to give a lecture. I'd be a keynote speaker on it. So here, it told me the proposed plan for this refactor. So I gave it the code. I said, refactor this class and review any code related to the code we've changed. Oh yeah, and I use it every day. Every little I use it all kinds of stuff. Like I'll be driving down the highway and I got the widget on my phone, and I'll be like, I'll look at the mile. So I saw this big building with a giant candle, and I looked at the mile marker I was at. Well, Google kind of knows where you're at too. That's another reason I like Gemini. But I was like, what was that giant candle store that I just passed?
I found 5 candle stores near you.
Well, so in this example, I'm not near that thing, but so on my desktop, I have the widget, so I can get right to just doing live interactive chat, and I'll spitball with it when I'm trying to talk through things on long drives. S25 plus or something. I didn't go with the Note. I usually always get the Note, but I'm just getting tired of a giant phone. But also you use the camera too. Like I used it to catalog my magic cards. I turned the camera on and I said, what do you see right there?
There's a bottle of water right there. Did you have any questions about it?
What is the barcode data?
Okay, I see the barcode on the back of the bottle. It looks like it's 0682746O.
And I'll use it to catalog stuff and all kinds of crap. Like at work, I was having to review these NDCs and all these boxes of drugs and stuff and mark it on a list. So I was trying to help out, non-code work. But quickly just kind of I say, all right, I'm on this shelf of J whatever. And I'd scan each thing and say, all right, now I'm on this one, and I'd scan everything. And now I go back to the conversation and then quickly get the Excel and combine it with the visual scanning that I did so I could quickly update the Excel. Like, I'm telling you, man, like I've got a million different ways to use AI to make life easier. Do, 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 do. The runtime stats need a reference to its owner of this unit model to access skills and health. Yeah, same thing at my job. But like that example I gave isn't really proprietary info. Like you can get it if I go buy like this thing from the drugstore, like the NDC and the UPC info on this is not proprietary data. So again, there's some cases where it doesn't matter. But we have our internal ChatGPT or Copilot and all that stuff. I'm actually on an AI team, and we're trying to drive engagement and measure how much developers are using it and adoption. And I always stress it's like they want, like, a lot of the metrics are like code check-ins, code completions, and et cetera, et cetera. It's like, well, you can use it for project planning. I do it to build out these really detailed documents by just giving it kind of the highlights, and it saves me, it increases my productivity outside of coding. So that's not a great metric, I don't think, to measure productivity or like how it's helping people. Because it's even outside of programmers, man, like the public access one now, people can use it for all kinds of mundane work that, took forever before, and now you can kind of plow through it. Again, there's all kinds of stuff, but it's exciting times. Yep. Play with that deep research, man. Like, if there's something you want to do, a new skill you want to acquire, or like say you want to work on a diet plan or whatever, dude, like it's amazing. So in Visual Studio, my favorite way to navigate is Control T. So I knew that with our unit model class. Don't make me look down here. Oh, let's scroll to the bottom. I use it for navigation, really. I don't ever typically go over here. I just use Control T to search for, because I can search for a method, all kinds of stuff. Do. Modified the character health to call a new return to base method, and runtime stats has been added to ensure the calculations are correct each frame. What class was that? Character health. One thing I don't like, I wish it would stop putting so many comments. I usually come back and take the comments out. So as you're working through a Canvas conversation with Gemini, right there, it's like, oh, I've added the missing get animal gather yield to runtime stats. So see here, it shows me the health modifier class, unit, and character health, but it'll modify files that it's already worked on before. And the way you get back to them is you could scroll up here and click on it. But you can also access all the documents in the canvas right here. So I'm going to go back to the runtime stats, and it's made changes here. Oh, it's right there. This is a refactor that I've been meaning to do for a minute. So I've already been planning it out forever. Modifier. Unit model, character health. Okay, cool. So we should be closer to done. So one thing ChatGPT has better than Gemini is cross-conversation memory. So and again, I barely use ChatGPT anymore, but I like that it has the cross, like you can reference any conversation from any other conversation, right? So like here's an example of a really handy use of that. Give me all the stuff, a bullet list of all the tech and all the skills and tech I have used since November of last year learning AI workflows and concepts. I can spell, I swear. So it knows, it can access all those previous conversations, so you can do stuff like this, which is handy. And I used it to build out kind of like my resume, or like to document everything I've learned and all the different things that I've done and built. So it's a kind of, that's cool about ChatGPT over Gemini. But I mostly use Gemini. So for Gemini, every time I wanted to get a fresh copy of the code, I just go right here to import code, upload folder. And I believe I am checking into a Git repo, but I don't know if it can access a Git repo, a private one, right? So you can give it a Git repo right here. No, wait. No, I can. Hold on a sec. I'm going to try this. Well, what I've been doing is uploading a folder of my scripts folder in my project. So here's the root of the game. Here's the scripts, the majority of it. And then I just say, here's the latest code. Ensure that I've got everything that we've been talking about and doing, and do a code review. And then I want you to plan out the next steps, or move on to the next steps of the project plan we're working on. And again, the project plan is here in the conversation right here. And I also have it update this as it goes. So like it's phase 1 complete, phase 2 complete. And I'll ask it for a status update of where we're at as we work through that plan. Be like, oh, we're 100% on phase sprint 1, 2, and we're 75% done in 3, and we've done about 10% of 4. And like I'll say, all right, let's wrap up 3 and move on to 4, stuff like that. So this workflow is so fucking powerful, dude. It's nuts. But again, I'm an experienced engineer, years and years and years of programming, or experience building systems and all that. So it's a lot of me orchestrating and guiding and reviewing it, and making sure it's what I want, and no carpal tunnel, Yeah, and there's another. Actually, let me try this because I'm kind of excited by this idea. Another cool thing is GitHub Desktop. So I can hit this button here. It'll analyze all the changes that I've made and it'll create detailed commit notes before I check the code in. So introduced attributes and refactor the character skill classes to support experience, potential for learning by doing progression. Character sheet is simplified to only the core base stats and runtime stats. Now dynamically calculates derived stats based on attributes, blah, 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 blah. So it's cool. You know what I mean? I mean, if it can read this can access my Git repo, it's gonna be even better because it's a private repo. Oh, I think it can. Oh my God, I may have been doing this wrong. Well, it's not wrong, but it works the way I was doing it with upload a folder. Size is greater than 100 megabytes. Nah, poop. So again, folder upload. And it's because if I separate all the assets, the textures, the 3D models, all that crap, and just had the code there, it could access it. But when you do the import the folder, again, I'm rambling, but it's going to say upload 375 files. So those meta files that Unity makes for every single file is included in this. I might be able to. Let me try that. No access, check your permissions. Yeah, again, what I'm doing here works just fine. So now here's the deep research I just did that I was kind of showing you as an example. So the first thing I do is I export to docs, and that way I have it in my G drive, so I can link it, I can access it in the other in anything connected to my G drive, and then you can create audio overview from here. You can create a web page to demonstrate or kind of web page based off all this information. It's really cool web pages and whatnot. So here, to make the AI's decision process transparent and debuggable for the entire development team, the following. Oh, darn. Oh, it's actually working through the plan instead of making the web page. Oh, I had that in the chat. I'm dumb. Anyways, you can make a web page. Let me go back to this thing. I'm not going to implement this, so I'll let it finish. Well, I will, but I'm not doing it now. There we go. I like these web pages. They're cool. So again, I use this to reference the code, and then I've also created a Python script to help me filter out, because if it's got too many of those meta files, I don't know, I don't like it with the meta files. So I made this this Python script that I can point at my, so if I hit yeah, and they'll regenerate it, but that's kind of, right now it's not a problem. The 375 files, easy peasy for it to digest. But once it starts getting, up there, again, it'll take a long time before it's up there. So Python. Unity. And I can use this web, it basically creates a web interface that's hosted on my local thing, and I can have it pull all the CS files into a temporary folder. Oh my gosh, what is it? Anyways, I gotta figure out the commands for that again. But if I do want to pull all CS across it out of Unity with no meta files, I use that. I don't need it right now, but I have it in my back pocket. All right, back to working. Anyways, it's exciting. I don't know. That's a powerful workflow, man. It's so cool. Now, another thing you can do, and I'm hold up on that. Actually, I will show you. Inside of Visual Studio, you have chat or Copilot, and you have agents. And this is really powerful. You can actually have the agents kind of work. You can give it the project plan to the agents, and it'll work through all the code. And like it can edit multiple files and do all the work directly in the project instead of me going from Gemini back. But for some reason, when it goes to try to build, it'll even build the solution after it makes changes. And if there's errors, it will work through those errors and then continue on. And then it'll, once it's done and it knows it can build, everything's working, or it will stop and say, all right, here's what I've done. And you can review it. Now, agents are, you know, have a lot more autonomy and like it's more automated and stuff, and they go willy nilly, or you know, they go at it, and it's really fast the code this way. But say it does something you don't like, you can hit undo, and it'll undo everything it just did for that prompt. But you also have these checkpoints every time before you do any agent work. I can hit restore and go back before the agents did anything in the code base. So you almost get like pseudo code check-ins when you're using agents, and it's super helpful. But for some reason, when it goes to do it in my project right now, it puts all the code in the wrong project. So when it goes to build, it doesn't put it in the wrong project, but it looks like it does. I'm trying to figure out why it's doing this now, but it won't build and it'll error out. And then if I close like Visual Studio and reopen it, all the code is actually in the right project, and it's a bug. And I think it's because I'm on the latest and greatest Visual Studio, the Insider Edition, and Unity haven't quite synced up. Anyways, let me finish this refactor. You got me all nerding out. I'm going to use the agents to fix this issue here, just to kind of show you what it looks like, actually. So I'm going to copy this error here. Actually, I'm just copy it all. Paste it here. Tell me how, or just so I can feed it to the agents. I don't want it to actually write the code. It says, don't write the code. Tell me how to fix this error. Just so I can demo agents real quick. So basically it forgot to put a set value in the new stat class. And I could write this by hand, honestly. I don't need to do this. This is overkill. So I'm going to take this chunk of logic, and typically I give it the whole project plan, the agents. I may do a feature where I use agents to code them out completely, because man, it's just, it's really cool. But I want to have it address this. So when you're in Visual Studio 2, you can do #solution to give the entire project to the AI, and it has access. It can analyze this is what I call solution level prompting, whereas typically like it's referencing the active document, but you can also reference like the errors here, like #errors. If you're debugging, you can say #locals, #exceptions, and give it access to those things. So I'm going to say #errors, and then it read the attribute class. The meta file is Unity's way of tracking the files. So it's just information for the Unity editor about that file. Like, this is a CS file, and this is where it's at. And like, say you move that file from one folder to another, the metadata is how it keeps it linked up to stuff in the project and the scene, so it doesn't break it. It's all just the meta file Unity's meta files just contain information about the files in the system, so it can index it and quickly search it and do some other crap. The meta files get regenerated all the time, so if you deleted them and then went back to Unity, it'd make them again. So let's see what it did here. It created more errors. So it made this change, and yeah, I could have watched it actually make the change. When setting a base value to avoid immediate level ups. Now, this is what's done. Now I can review the change. I can hit keep or undo. And I'm going to undo because I didn't want to use the agents for this. So undo. So it undid it. So I'm going to do what it recommended here, Gemini. Now it should be down to now, since I did a stat refactor, I'm going to have some rippling changes that I got to make here. So I'm going to take these. I've been meaning to do this refactor for a while. I've been living with it because the way I came at it first time, I had all this derived stats as hard-coded values so I could quickly test, and now basically I'm deriving skill, or like mining speed is based off of your stats and your skills now, instead of being a hard-coded value. Because I was just quickly testing, I wasn't quite there yet. So it's refactor this class. So character generator. So I copy the name and I hit Control T V and go right to that class. And I've got that method in my clipboard. So I'm going to hit Windows key V. Oops, hit twice. Hit save. Weight manager. So sometimes it's just going to show you like a snippet of where it changed it. So now I'm going to go to that, Control TV. Oops. Oh yeah, here's that web page that it made. So it shows like the goal score to the food ratio, and like once the characters start getting hungry and stuff, they would actually start to fish and try to feed themselves and whatnot. And I modeled the AI. The NPCs have psychology, right? They have needs, they have goals, they have thoughts. Sort of, it's modeled after Rimworld's pawns and the way Rimworld's NPCs work. So you can basically, like in Dwarf Fortress dwarves or Rimworld's pawns, your residents in your town or your base, you can ask them, like you can go to the crafting table and say, hey, I need 10 chairs made because you're getting ready to decorate a room. And like the ones that are not hungry or have some other pressing need or psychological reason not to do work, will actually go start, and they have the skills, they will go work on those chairs and put them in the base's inventory, and then I can go get them and place them and stuff like that. So again, now that once I have the code fixed, you can see the depth of what I've done, but I'm real close. Just one moment. Character skill, I've add level. And I'm moving fast, but I know like this code base and everything, so I should slow down, but I want to get through this fast. I guess I'll just copy this word for word. That's a full class. So it modified character skill, character generator, which is here. I've already made that change. It modified runtime stats, which is not in that list. So I'm going to go to runtime stats. it has added the get speed method. Couldn't you just use... Oh, okay, get skill level. So the runtime stats are your stats in game. So you got your character sheet stats. So like goblins have their base stats. Everyone has a character sheet stat. So enemies, that's your base stats based off a race or whatever it is. And then in game, when you have buffs, gear, equipment, modifiers, all that stuff, the runtime stats is your live stats that you apply stuff to, and gets changed based off of gear and all this. So the data object for stats is the character sheet, and then I can create a bunch for different NPCs, monsters, or whatever. And then in runtime, use the runtime stats to apply modifiers, gear, equipment, modifiers, health, bonuses, curses, whatever it is. So is this a complete clash? Yeah, it is. So what I should do is have it go ahead and just create the getters for all these, but I'm just gonna go with this for now. I'll do that when I need it. So I want to get back, I want to show you the game. So I need to remember to tell it not to put a bunch of stupid comments. I don't want the comments. But you know, weight manager and unit model. Now, after you have a longer running conversation with it in Canvas, it can kind of get off the rails, or it's trying to honor stuff that you said, a while back or whatnot. If it does start to get wacky on you, what I do is I give it. I start a new conversation, not most of the times, but like after I make these edits, I'm going to give it the code base and ask it if I got all the edits right, even though I know I did. But you can kind of, after you've worked through the plan with it, use that to be confident that you caught everything, because you're moving, like me, I'm moving fast here, right? Oops. Do. Free. There we go. All right, now I'll show you the game. And again, this project, again, about 2 weeks old, but if you factor in the amount of time I've got to work on it every day, not 2 weeks old, like maybe, I don't know, like 10 or so days of work. But this is a capstone too for my keynote that I'm going to give at the University of British Columbia too. So it's kind of a double-sided coin. One, it's fulfilling a game project that I've always kind of wanted to do, and I'm really excited about. And it's going to be show how I use and leverage AI in my workflows and productivity with it. All right, so now that this is running, let's go ahead and start from the start screen. So I don't know if you know about, if you've kept up with Unity stuff, but the Unity now has a new UI system, just like they did the input system. Now you got the old, the new. UGUI is the old Unity UI system, and then UI Toolkit is the new way they do it. And I love the new way. It's it's a web design approach. You have a markup file, your UXML. So that's your, like, all your, like, here's all the elements and whatnot, and you can give them classes, and you have a style sheet like CSS. It's called USS sheet, and that's what dictates the style of the UI and all that. So UI elements, one, this is blazing fast in the game now. It's way faster than UGUI. But you typically have a canvas, right, for your UI. And it has, this is a game object in the scene. You set up your canvas. This is the old way. And then I've got some stuff in UGUI still. But you got to create all these game objects to represent all these things. And, like, this can get out of control and be very complex. And tons of game objects. Every game object is going to be ticking and doing work in the Unity editor. So it's that's why it's now UI Toolkit. You just give it your UXML document, and then the UXML document is obviously referencing the style sheet. And then it's just one game object in the scene, and then it's built up. So here's what the start screen looks like, and it's built with UI Toolkit. Now these are all stand-in art. This is not the actual title of the game. I just created stuff to allow me to flush out the game screen, or the start screen. And this is all UI Toolkit right here. So click, and then if you go here, start screen. Here's the designer, but I don't use the designer, because what's another really badass thing about UI Toolkit is I can have AI build UIs fast and easily. So I say, okay, give me a start screen where I got a logo in the center. It has a background panel. It has a big logo in the center, and it has a list of buttons. They have hover. When they increase, when you hover over them with the mouse, it increases in scale. And I want controller support and keyboard and mouse support. And like it basically, here's the markup for the start screen. That's all it is. And then the style sheet. So it's a very, like, if you're a web designer, you're gonna love this new way, because it's like you're building a web page now, instead of all these components and all these game objects in the scene, and you got to figure out all these inspector elements. You got to make sure everything's set and all this crap. Nah, no more. And then this is script right here is what, and then you use a C# script to do the data binding to the UI. So any data that it needs and whatever, you have a controller script. Now my favorite one that I've built is the character creation one. And I follow the MVVM pattern for UIs with this workflow. Character creation. Where is the? What am I thinking about? Where you at? Where you at? Why is my brain melting right now? Where is this scripts? Well, anyways, the scripts for it are very well structured. They have single responsibility, so I'll have a data binder. Yeah, let me just search for that. And again, I am instructing the AI to build things and the way I want the architecture to be done. So I'm not being lazy and, oh, I'll make it a scriptable object later. I'm just trying to create a mono behavior. I'm having it every time I'm building out and I go from deep research to project plan to actual implementation, I tell it, from the start of deep research, I'm like, I want it to be a scriptable op, data driven, designer friendly, and event driven systems. And I want it to be built in isolation so it is not coupled tightly to any other component of the game. So almost every single thing you see me working on, I could pull that out into another project and use it for my other project. So I'm building modules and basically assets or different things that I can use in my future games. So my inventory system, I can take it out, or I can bundle these up once they're mature enough and sell them on the asset store. And I'll show you an example of that. And again, I think I will. So like my world, like it's, yeah, why not? Like someone else can benefit from it. So here's the master script for the character creator screen, or your character creation screen. Now it is the driver, and it has references to all the other classes that are involved. But I use, this is the controller, and this is the data binder. And it basically will, any data that's going to be bound to the screen, this class's sole responsibility, single responsibility. And then the character creator event manager. So all events for the character creation screen are here, single responsibility class. The list manager manages any list elements and all that. And then the UI references, all the UI buttons, all the elements for the UI are all here. So I don't have UI elements and stuff inside of my logic over here and all these other classes. So all of these classes here, they could be all in this controller, and they were, but I refactored them out to single responsibility classes, and it just makes it easier to maintain, easier to modify, and all that. So let's go to the character creator screen. This one I really like. It's still in progress, but again, I used AI. I said I want to create. I gave it a photo of the character creation screen I was kind of going for, the look. And I was like, okay, I want to create a character creation UI that looks like this and has these features, and give me the UI toolkit, UXML, and USS. Go away, bicycles. I don't want no cheap followers. I wish I knew how to get rid of those guys. So this is it's kind of modeled my name generation thing. I nerfed it recently, and now it's really weird. I got to go back and fix the name generation thing, because it's really advanced too. It takes into the race, the culture or the races and stuff and all that. I'll show you the character creator, or it's so crazy how cool and technical it is. But I had it to where I can now tweak it and make it simpler, because it was giving me like Tolkien-esque names, like with a bunch of apostrophes and like dialects, and it was just too hard to read some of the names. It was too fancy. So I was like, okay, make it a little dumber, and it went it went too dumb. But I can adjust it now. So I'll show you it next. But see here, this screen is UI Toolkit. I've got, and again, think of it like a web page, and all these elements are laid out, and it's resolution independence is so easy with this. So right now I'm at a 4K resolution. I'm going to drop it down to 1080p. Still looks good. I'm going to drop it down to 720p. Looks good. So it's now free aspect ratio. Obviously I'm not going to support that in my game. Some games do, but all your standard things, I do have 480p on here, I think. Or here's the PlayStation resolution, 640 by, yeah, that didn't work. But so you can randomize your character. So here you can characters can start with certain, I'll call them health effects right now, or benefits. So right now, a bionic eye, or you can have a cold or a broken bone or a bad scar that causes this character pain constantly. Every character gets a childhood trait and a adulthood trait, and that factors into the stats of it as well as race. But these tooltips, every character has a favorite color. So if you go and dye the gear you put on the character is mostly like 60%. Yep. I'm gonna have some wild shit like that. If you think of Rimworld and Elin and the kind of, I don't know, the emergent and bonkers kind of gameplay there's a lot of cool stuff, and I'll have a bunch of traits and stuff like that. But again, like favorite color factors into the gear. If it's mostly their favorite color, they get a mood boost. And you can dye gear eventually. I haven't got that coded in yet. But my inventory and crafting and item system, it's very, very good. Chef kiss. But anyways, I talked through AI on this. One thing I got to fix is this. Yeah. I don't have it swapping art yet. But that's the character creation screen. It's still in progress. Now here is World Gen. This one is one of the more complex and really cool features. So in Rimworld, when you're starting a new game or a new colony, you get a planet. It generates this planet, and you can pick where you want to land. So you could start your colony off on the ice sheet up in the Arctic with no resources, no trees, and it's one of the most difficult starts if you start off in the ice sheets, right? A lot of players, the way they actually they're able to survive in the ice sheet is cannibalism. So they'll start with other colonists, and then basically one of the colonists they'll kill off the other ones and eat them. If traders or merchants or other NPCs have not come to the colony and traveled to it, and then you get raided by enemies every now and then, so you kill them and that's your food supply. There's several tactics to exist on the ice sheet, but that's just an example of the emerging gameplay. So this does a procedural world gen using Perlin, Verneuil, and some other mathematical concepts. I should turn off the road generation. The road generation needs a little work, as you'll see, but so here I can pick, like here, this is the mountains area right here, and this is like high hills. Here's like temperate forest. No, I haven't actually, but I have learned a lot about it through working through this, and I've created a procedural generation pipeline. This will also create the factions, randomized procedural factions and settlements, and basically these little yellow dots are settlements that are linked to factions. This, like here, I know the fertility of this area, the vegetation, the amount of rainfall, the temperature, and the hilliness of it. So like the woods, pastures, all that. And then this, I can just change the seed and create a new road. But right now the road generator is kind of silly. It will build roads across the oceans. So it shouldn't be doing that. That's going to get fixed. Because really and another cool thing about this project, you know me, I like my Unity assets, right? All of this is from scratch. I have not used any assets. All these features, all these systems are built from scratch. The only asset I have in the project right now, besides test models and textures, is A-star pathfinding. Because one, yes, I can roll my own pathfinding logic and all that, but A-star has been the go-to for pathfinding. It's a very it's a very powerful project. It's very well optimized. It's battle tested. It is blazing fast for pathfinding, which is important. But I rolled my own before I added that pathfinding to the project. And again, that's one of the only real assets of code in here. Everything else is of my own design and from my workflow of deep research project plan, work through the project plan. And this is completely and containerized too, so I can, yeah, yeah. When I say A star, yeah, that is the algorithm for pathfinding that everyone is implementing, but there's the A star pathfinding asset or project that you can. I'll show you, but. So the roads and stuff here are bad because it's my own hand-rolled pathfinding too, and I've got some logical changes I need to make. Another thing that you don't see off in the background here is because I don't, well, I'll show you. So the geographical data of every point of the planet is there. The terrain, so again, the hills and stuff aren't exaggerated that much, but you can see that this is changing, right? Based off of that. Like, so as I click around, it's creating, it has the geographical data. Let me find a river real quick. And my river generation is also kind of hosed. So like it creates these little dots instead of, it doesn't connect the rivers to bodies of water yet, and so I'm working on that. The river and road generation is kind of where I stopped and then kind of moved on because I was busy, but let me find a good river here. It's kind of hard to see, hold on. I just started working on a triplanar shader for this, so you can't quite tell. Let me find it here. It's not worth showing you, but so like the roads, technically you should be able to see the roads on here, but the triplanar shader is hiding it right now. But this, so I click on this four-way. This map actually it knows about the neighbors. So the road I have, if I want to start on that four-way where all those roads connect, I would have it four-way in my local map where I'm playing. And the river, if you start on a river, you got a river running through your map. So the local map gen, so this is world map gen, and all of the terrain and geographical data, because the sea level, the elevations, all that is actually stored too. So again, like you can't, I'm not going to use a Unity terrain like this or this mesh that you're seeing. My local map gen is going to be more blocky kind of, I'll show you in just a second. But this geographical data is being, the noise data here for the local maps is being leveraged in the local map generation. But here is a representation if I was going to use a mesh or whatever like this, but I'm not. So that's world gen. I'll stop rattling about that now. Character controller. So this is the main scene, and it has an example of what the world gen is going to look like. So you can see the depth of field effect here. So I'm going for an Octopath Traveler 2.5D HD vibe. So you're going to have that. If you don't know what that is, it's pretty amazing. I love the style of Octopath Traveler. So let me hit play real quick. So that height data I was just showing you when I was clicking around on the planet is being translated to this local map gen here. And again, this is, the map gen is at work in progress. But this is kind of the early stages of it. So you kind of see the depth of field blur out here. And I was just working on the lighting and normal map stuff. So the sprites can, when the lights hit the sprite, it has depth and stuff. Yeah, essentially, yeah. So this is a free tool for anyone that's doing game dev. You can create normal maps from 2D textures. You can actually create all PBR textures that you need. So specular, parallax, occlusion. So I'm using this to get the normal map. So the 3D lights will, like if I have a light beside the character, like it'll light up that side and it looks 3D-ish. It gives us some depth to the map or the lighting calculations. Realism, like this thing here, it could. I mean, I think you could use it for that, yeah. There's probably better tools, but this is free. So I'm going to go ahead and... So see, this is how combat works. See, I'm like... That's a bug. You shouldn't be able to walk on top of each other. One of my major inspirations is Elin, and I'm gonna play Elin here in just a second to show you. But I'm foregoing complex animations and all that to one. This is kind of a turn-based gameplay. When you're not moving, the game world is not running. When I move, the NPCs tickers or action timers. When I do perform actions, their timers go off. And when I'm done doing actions, everything stops. So it's turn-based kind of, but it's kind of a real-time thing too. But to keep that fluid, so I can move fast and like this. And again, this is going to look much smoother. The NPCs are just kind of, they will do pathfinding, store it. They'll cache their path that they're going to use, and then every time their turn comes up or their action timer hits, they're going to take an action. They're going to take a step, or they're going to do whatever their current, again, their psychology and their needs and wants or whatever tells them to do. Basically, it's a scoring system. If they're hungry, they're going to go look for a food source. If they see the player or another threat or another faction that they're hostile against, that will trump most all needs, and they will fight. So the AI really, it's like you can't just like neglect all your residents and then tell them to go do a bunch of work and stuff. They'll have mental breakdowns, or they won't do it at all because they're hungry and starving or mad, or like if you get richer, as you get richer and stuff, and your base gets bigger and you get more wealth and stuff, your residents are going to expect a higher level of quality of life, essentially, and they'll be upset if you got them like sleeping on the ground when you got crazy ornate statues and your base looks amazing. If you played Rimworld or Dwarf Fortress or Elin, you would know, or you would know a little bit more about the vibe I'm going for. So here's Elin, and this is what I've been really, I don't know why, but this is a single developer that built this game. And the game before it was Ilona. And it's kind of a wild game. Like, it's kind of crazy. But if you look up Elin, you can watch Seth's video on it, and it'll highlight like how crazy you can. And these are sandbox type games, right? There's emergent sandbox gameplay, so you players have tons of freedom, and that's what I'm trying to design towards, right? But Elin will kind of show you what I'm looking for. Yeah, so yeah, you get the vibe. I love Rimworld. And also, the Rimworld developer, that's another game. Pretty much he built all that. And then eventually, after it sold, I think now there's other people on the team. But really, it's still just driven by him. I like this little touch on his UIs here. That's cool. I'm going to hit continue. Load. And go here. That's his world map. But see, I'm able to move quickly, and the AI or the NPCs all kind of look like they teleport to where they're going. And that's by design to keep the game play fluid and stuff. And again, less worry about, it allows you to focus more on the features and the gameplay and all the systems and stuff or whatever, but it also gives me that turn-based vibe or play style that I want. So Elin can, oh man, this game is in depth. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, all the things you can do. Like, I can go over here and like put myself on this, and like my NPCs will come over and start beating my ass. This is a good way to train up your like defense and like stuff. They won't ever kill you. They'll just knock your health to 0 and just kind of keep beating you up. So that's a wild way to do that, but that's the thing. And like Elin, you're trying to build up your town, or you can just go out and explore, or you can go to the local towns, and almost every NPC you can eventually recruit or whatever. You can even sleep with them. Like, it's all kinds of craziness. This is a very emergent gameplay kind of game, and there's all kinds of crap that can happen. And again, watch some YouTube videos on it. Fun little fact. Well, I don't know. It's a fun fact to me. You know Ultima Online, the MMO from 1997? This bag right here, this texture, is 100% ripped from Ultima Online. Actually, let me open up Fiddler. I had a link to it. Hold on. So Fiddler is a program that you can use to work with Ultima Online's artwork, because there's a big thriving open source server client community from UO. And the way I learned a lot of this stuff with AI was by modding and learning or diagnosing and analyzing, creating different stuff for Ultima Online. So Fiddler is a program that helps you extract the art assets and add new art assets and look at all the stuff of the game, right? So if we go to Gumps, where's that? Gumps are the UI elements. Yeah, here it is right here. So let me go back here. I found this out. I was just like, after I was like playing the game for a minute, I was like, what the fuck? Is that really what I think it is? It is a modified version of this, right? I don't know if he commissioned an artist and they made this, and he, there are artists that he has. I emailed him about this. I was like, that texture is from Ultima Online, right? I don't really give a shit, but I think the bag texture too is one of them. Yeah, there it is. See the bag texture? Look at that. I mean, the knot, it's slightly different pixel. It's been, whatever. But yeah, that's kind of wild. It's funny. I love this game to death. It's got, just because how crazy it is and how much you can do and the amount of freedom it gives you. But it does have Ultima Online UI elements in it. Anyways, tangent over. Let me show you a video of demonstrating the AIs at work here. And again, I'll drop my link tree so you guys can hop in my Discord and follow along my game dev. I like dropping, or I don't know, I just knowledge dump. I talk about all kinds of different topics and stuff. So if you want to follow the game or follow just anything I do, hop in the Discord. And again, I love to interact with other creatives, developers, programmers, gamers, whatever. But yeah, let me go back to here real quick. Where's the video of it? Here it is. So this is an example of the AI at work. I have on that crafting station, I asked for a wooden club to be built. So the resident went and picked up the log from the environment. He went and built the club at the workstation. And now that he's done with the club, he's hungry. So he goes and eats the sandwich off the floor sandwich. And again, if you played Rimworld or Dwarf Fortress or Elin, you know kind of why I'm building out those systems. What is this video? Again, these are all stand-in artwork. So I'm going to keep the sprites simple. Like there's probably going to be like, it'll do a hit frame and stuff, but I'm not going to sit here and I'm going to keep the sprites modular and layered, and then also animations are going to be very simple, right? It's mostly about the roguelike, survival, colony, life sim stuff. So, I mean, it may get more fancy as I go, but like they will have a back facing, so when they go up like this, you'll see their back. But it's not. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, I don't think, right now, on animations and stuff. I'm going to keep it kind of like this. It'll look better, or I don't know. I'm still in the process of figuring that out. I could even do 3D models for the characters and shit, because I do own thousands of mocap animations and all that. But I essentially don't want to have a bunch of graphical animation stuff detract from the depth of gameplay. I don't know. But anyways, so this is kind of the vibe of the game right now. Actually, right here. So here's another really cool trick to use. So I said, I gave it this photo, right? Because here's my current lighting situation. I went to Gemini and I was like, help me spitball visual styles or ways to make that I would want my game to look like. So make this look like, or help me find a visual style for my game's graphics like Octopath Traveler. God, I can spell, I swear. This is a new keyboard, so I'm like, my fingers are tripping all over it. 2.5D HD look. And then Nano Banana is well, that's the name of it, but I don't know. I think it's got a different official name. But it's pretty much the leading model right now, like from the big guys like Gemini. Like it definitely kicks the crap out of ChatGPT. And Adobe, actually. Adobe. I need to update Adobe. And the latest beta, okay, cool. See that? So it's got the depth of field, and like it added shadows and kind of added the other one, the one that I just showed you in the chat, was kind of a dark scene. So this is the look kind of that I'm going for. And I got to that by kind of spitballing with Nano Banana different video game art styles, or like, I don't know what you want to call it, themes or whatever. And I really like this one. And actually, that looks really good for the daytime scene. I'm going to copy this. And then put this here. Get these together for reference. So that's kind of the vibe I'm going for. The sprite work and all that's very temporary stand-in right now. I just pulled it from different assets or whatnot. So I'm talking to an artist right now about trying to nail down the art style and have them actually create like the sprites and the base model and all that. And that way I can you can change your hair. You just basically have a base skin mesh for male, female of each race, and then different hairstyles, clothing, blah, blah, blah. But these are all stand-in sprites for right now. They look good. And these trees are from, I can't remember what asset pack, but man, look at the grass and stuff. It did good. That looks neat. And again, that's kind of what I'm looking for. The look I'm going for. So it's like Elin / Octopath Traveler with Rimworld-like gameplay. I did deep research today about how I want to drive. So Rimworld has what's called an AI director, I think is what they call it, orchestrator. I can't remember what they call it. So I've done some deep research about my version of this and how to architect it and build it out as a scriptable, data-driven, event-driven system. So when you create a new game here, the AI storyteller is what they call it. So you can have one that's peaceful. You can have one that just you kind of want to build and not really be challenged. You got your adventurer AI storyteller, your one that's kind of more hardcore. It's a rough story, like Blood and Dust is like experienced players who want to struggle to survive. Losing is fun. Experienced players who want to face a brutal, unfair challenge, even where even great skill may not prevent death. Lovers of Tragedy, Digital Masochist, and then so there's Randy Random, there's Phoebe or Chillax, and then Cassandra Classic. But these are the AI storytellers that kind of drive different events in like the game. How it kind of it's the backbone of the emergent gameplay, right? Like you never know what's going to get fed to you because there's this massive repository of things that can happen. Because these AI storytellers are always in the background. They're monitoring how you're doing. Like, say they basically have calculations of your stress or how well you're doing in the game. So say like you've been really beat up. You're coming out and exploring. It's recently dealt you a real bad raid or a real bad event or whatever. They may decide to drop a random merchant NPC in your path that has an item that you can buy that'll help you out, and like it does all kinds of stuff. But here's the deep research I did on it today. Okay, good deal. Yeah, probably Sunday if it is going to be crazy because of the game. I'll probably come up Sunday. But for sure, dude, yeah, let's connect and like eat or eat some food or just bullshit. So here's the deep research for my AI storyteller. And I'm gonna actually probably start this logic here soon, but I haven't read through this or kind of digested it fully yet. Well, I kind of did. I've created AI podcast off of it, and I was listening to them. So if I go to my notebook, wherever it went, or notebook. I guess I only did one.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Today we're really getting into the weeds, structurally analyzing one of the really exciting.
Yeah, I'll wait till Sunday then.
The emergent AI director. We're going past.
Peace, homie. It's good talking to you again. Glad you hopped in.
The actual architecture for building what people often call a storyteller or maybe a game master. Our sources are digging into designs for games like the big complex roguelikes, think something like Elin. And why this matters, why we're doing this deep dive, is because your typical game AI, well, it just reacts, right? It follows script, throws monsters at you. That's about it. What we're exploring here is way more sophisticated. It's an architecture designed.
So I'm gonna let this play for a minute, and I'm gonna work instead of ranting about all this crap. So listen into what the research AI podcast based off of the deep research that I've done around how I want the AI storyteller systems to work.
Almost collaborate with you, the player, in real time, to write a totally unique story every single playthrough. We're talking personalized epics, triumph, failure, the works, not just deciding when the next goblin wave shows up. Okay, let's unpack this stack.
Yeah, and what jumps out right away from these blueprints is this huge philosophical shift. It's fundamental. The goal isn't about crafting a perfectly balanced difficulty curve.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost impossible in a massive chaotic sandbox anyway, right?
Right, too many variables.
Exactly. So instead, the whole project is about designing a system that can generate this huge spectrum of narrative outcomes. From the really tragic stuff, your base burns down because of a freak lightning strike, to the totally triumphant, like you stumble upon a world boss and somehow save the village. Yeah. You really have to think of the system less like an opponent and more like a co-author.
A co-author.
So I'm gonna give it
Sets the stage.
now that because I kind of trying to remember where I left off working. I'm gonna give it the code base again and have it review the changes, the recent changes, make sure they're all there, and then I'm going to say, do we have any steps left for this plan?
Generator paradigm. And that reframing you mentioned, seeing it as a story generator first, game second, that seems absolutely changes everything downstream.
It really does. It's more than just words. It's a design commitment. If your aim is generating narrative, you have to prioritize the mechanics that let complex, unexpected moments bubble up from simpler systemic rules. That's the core idea, right? Emergence over explicit scripting.
So the director deals the cards, so to speak.
Exactly. Like a random monster ambush card, or maybe a desperate traveler gives you a quest hook card, or you find a relic card. But the story, the actual drama, happens when those cards hit the table and interact with where you are right now, what's in your backpack, what you did yesterday.
And the sources talk a lot about the psychological layer, how our brains kind of fill in the gaps. We see intention where maybe there isn't any, technically.
Oh yeah, that's where the real magic kicks in. The source material calls it the phenomenon.
Give me a
where
like and a
brains
subscribe
perceive
if you
this level of intelligence,
would like,
almost
or
foresight,
if you would
in
so
the system
kind.
that's way beyond its actual mechanics. That feeling is the ultimate goal. That's the non-negotiable.
Yeah, say if you're watching, give me a follow or a like or whatever. I'm gonna be now that I've got my streaming set up to where it sounds better. If you check my recent streams, it was sounded so bad, and I hope I'm dialed in now and it sounds good to you all. So I'm gonna be streaming more and more and more. I'll try to set a schedule, but I got ADHD and I don't know. I don't like schedules, but I'm gonna try to set 3 days a week, 2 hour window where I will always be online streaming. But you're probably gonna catch me streaming anytime I'm off work or a lot going forward. So I appreciate any follows or likes you can give me, because I do want to kind of build up a community behind this as I'm going. And again, shoot out ideas, man. Like tell them or give me feedback on like proposed features. Or if you want to know, learn, or you have questions about programming, AI, engineering, I don't know, just games, whatever, man, shoot the shit with me. I will gladly do it. Yeah, are you using Restream.io? That's what I'm using. So I'm streaming to YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and X. I think I'm gonna swap X out with Facebook. Because I don't know, X is the bots, or I don't know. Not a big fan of X right now. It's just I don't know, the bots are so bad. Stream Elements and OBS, sweet. I tried that one, and it was been a while, but I ended up back on Restream.io because I think it was right when they first started multi-streaming. It wasn't quite working for me, but. What game are you working on? Make sure my chat's working. Or is the chat's popping up on the window? I had all this streaming stuff figured out and dialed in a year or so ago before I got real busy. Okay, good. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Do I sound good too? This is like my third stream since I bought some VST plugins, and I bought an interface and a XLR mic and all that. So I'm hoping this sounds good. Oh, awesome. Sweet. Appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback. All right. Of course, it looks like the last refactor introduced a few knock-on errors with where other scripts were trying to access the old direct stat properties instead of using the attribute direct dictionary and calculated getters. I fixed issues in the relevant scripts. All right, cool. Yeah, it was bumming me out. I could not get my Yeti, and like I had it working so well a year ago, and I really wanted to stream again, and I sound terrible. It was clipping. It sounded horrible. If I had turned, or if I wasn't like in a certain position, like stiff, and again, I can't see me move. I move around a lot. I'm very animated. So I'm very excited by the new the sound quality and the audio thing. And again, I'm not sponsored, but this is how I got to this level. And my friend who does a lot of bands, like audio mixing and music and different stuff, he's real big into audio technologies and equipments and stuff. Okay. So this is waves.com. They have a special right now, and there's 3 plugins that I bought that really improve the quality, and also the new $100 XLR mic AT2020, $150 interface so I can get the XLR mic working and plugged into the PC. And then I spent about $100 on plugins. Oh, cool. Let me follow you on. Let me get on Kick and follow you. Oh, Godot? You're a Godot guy? Same name everywhere? Okay, I'll hit you everywhere. I love C#, dude. My favorite language of all of them. I cannot gush enough about C#. Again, I've written in a lot of different languages and whatnot, but C# is where it's really at, man. It is where it is at. Yeah. No, and again, I do love Python, and I write a lot of Python programs. Like this Python program right here, I use it to pull all the C# files out of my code base or my Unity game and put them in a temporary directory, so I can feed that. Like if I need, will give it the AI a more complete picture of my project for something that I'm doing. I use this to get all the code out without the meta files, without any extra stuff. It's not super useful now because I only have maybe 150, 200 scripts that I've written or, built out for this project, I think. But I use this to quickly pull it into a new directory and then use it. But I've done tons of AI pipelines, like I like using Visual Studio Python projects here. So actually, I'll just show you the document. It'll be easier to demonstrate this pipeline. So the old MMO, so the way I learned AI and a lot of the stuff I'm talking about is by working on open source projects, the server and client for MMO called Ultima Online. Some crazy developers replicated the server and client by feel. They didn't have access to the source code. So Classic UO and Serve UO are the Git repos. The players love the game so much they literally replicated the client and server and to a T. And I haven't played Ultima Online since I was in like the 90s or something, but I just got an itch to play it, and I went to this one open source server and got hooked for a little bit. And then, as always, playing a video game, yep. It's a great game. But oh man, I gotta show you my UO work then. Hold on. So my server has some of my UO stuff that I've done. So I've done mobile UO, the Unity project. It's basically a FNA wrapper around, so you can run the client and the project. Oh fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, let me show you what I did. So I created a pipeline to take the UO art, upscale it to get it to a better resolution, because AI works better with like a 512 by 512 typically, or the UO art's tiny. So the first step of the pipeline, upscaled it and used the right filtering tech to keep the pixels crunchy and all that. And then I fed it into a 3D model generator, and then that mesh into a texture generator. And like I tried to basically loop through all the art in UO and see if I could generate decent models out of it, because I was trying to help the effort behind 3D UO. And it kind of worked, but some of those sprites are just like barely any color information, little bitty things in UO. So it was not that, it did not work perfectly at all. But it was still a fun experiment, and I learned a lot. This is I had AI basically. I gave it all the work I did in UO. I had it document. Yep, you can. Yep. I had it. So this document right here is a timeline, and it basically goes from the start of my interactions with UO and the open source community, and all the technologies and AI models and pipelines that I built. So this kind of details all of it, and then where is it at? This is how much I do deep research reports, man. All these documents are deep research reports. Timeline, I think, is what I want. I haven't opened the document in a while, so I'm like lost in the weeds. Oh, I was using AI to add proximity chat to Ultima Online, and I was this fucking close to having it working. Uh, and it was going to be my own implementation of proximity chat, not using a third party service. So I was using WebRTC and Janus, Coturn, and Node.js to facilitate the proximity chat. And I'm going to finish this project eventually. I actually got to go back up my Linux server on that, because I need to back it up and tape drive or get it backed up, because I don't want to lose all that work. But so like here is a lot of the deep research I did around adding proximity chat to Ultima Online. Because I mean, imagine Ultima Online with fucking proximity chat. Like, how cool would that be? And I got it working in the web browser. And a cool thing about WebRTC and Janus is its ability to peer-to-peer connect people for proximity chat or any kind of multimedia stuff. So even if you're behind two routers, and you got a double NAT or any complex network setup, I got it fucking working to where it does the ICE agent negotiations and is able to navigate tricky network environments and connect people like WebEx, like Zoom, like Discord does. Same tech those companies use. I was implementing my own solution and Linux infrastructure, and it is all from engineering it with AI. And I didn't know any of that stuff, the proximity chat stuff. I learned it all just by doing deep research reports and then just building and tinkering and tweaking and all that. Were you here when I said that I found Ultima Online art in Elin, a PC game, just a little bit ago? Were you watching? But I found it. Elin's the game I'm kind. Okay, this is funny. Since you know this will make sense to you. But you see that bag, right? You see that? You recognize that guy, right? What do those look like? Where those came from? I was playing, or I was watching videos of it, and then I started playing a little bit, and I was like, no fucking way. No fucking way. Yeah, those are straight rips from Ultima Online. Actually, I got Fiddler up, don't I? Yeah. And I'm actually a very seasoned, experienced person in Ultima Online, modding code server client side now, from just me getting excited and dicking with it and using AI and all that crap. Oh god, that's so funny. Yeah, like so what I'm assuming what happened is he commissioned an artist, and because he's a developer, he's one man developer that built this entire. Elin is crazy. Watch some let's plays or like YouTube videos on it. It's really cool game, and it's very emergent and very like Rimworld and like the freedom you have and all the fuckery you can get up to. But yep, yeah, like this has been stretched and like the bag has been modified pretty much, but the bones are there. This is there. They just took off this. It's been manipulated a little, but that's UO art. 100% UO art. As soon as I found that, dude, I don't know, like I was just so tickled pink. I emailed him to let him know, but he's, I think, Japanese, so I don't think he'll be able to, I don't know if he'll ever see it or whatnot, but he skirts the line on a few things. He has big daddies in the game, like Bioshock. Like there's an enemy called Big Daddies, and if you kill him, a little girl appears, and you can save her and take them to town. But if you kill the little girl, and you use the atom you get from it, you can negate the penalties of basically mutations or having a ton of extra limbs. So like you can basically mutate. There's these things you can get mutations from all kinds of crap. Elin is just crazy in-depth game. Lots of mechanics and systems, but oh, nice. That's awesome. That is awesome. Again, you see, I'm giant fucking nerd, dude. All right. All right. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna work on something. But oh, and another thing is Pinocchio is really awesome. Anyone that is interested in trying to learn, I'm a big proprietor of open source AI models and running them on my GPU and on my hardware, because one, you have data security. It doesn't leave the network. You're not sending your information to Meta, Google, Gemini, whatever. So a lot of the AI stuff I've done. All right, man. Talk to you later. Thanks for the follow. And if you can get a chance, hit me up on Twitch and YouTube, man. But I do a lot of my AI work with local models on my 4090. Now, obviously, Gemini is my favorite paid big tech company model, but I honestly could live without it completely using AI models on my 4090. But the deep research and the Google Doc integration and stuff is got, and again, I can replicate those systems on my local system too, and I probably will eventually, because it's crazy. Like Gemini or Meta drops a new AI model, right, and then 2 days later, an open source model drops from China or some weird place like that's benchmarking or doing pretty much the same thing or better, and it can run on a consumer grade machine. And so the way I see AI is, one, it's built off the work of humans, right? It really is off the knowledge, all that. Like the way AI works is it's trained on human data, so it should be owned by the world, hence open source. And two, it's gonna be more and more, it's going to be running on local hardware. And I think you're going to see more and more people running it on, because there's models now that can run in CPU, just with a CPU, no GPU, and all kinds of stuff. And like, it's just crazy. Like, so I think the world what you're going to see is a lot more models run locally on hardware that aren't shooting off your information to the big companies. And you don't have to use the AI models. You can use open source models that are all your information is right here with you. It's in memory. It's on your GPU. So it's an exciting concept. And two, if you think about running it locally, all the work I've done, all the thousands of prompts I would hit with on the models running on my 4090, if I were to hit OpenAI's model API or programmatically go to OpenAI or Gemini or any of the big tech companies, they're going to start charging you. Like it's like a cloud fee, basically like cloud services. It's an unpredictable model or price, and it's cost you, right? So, like, say I want to create a AI model that loops through thousands of my code files and documents them, and creates images, architectural diagrams, and documents the code base. That's thousands upon thousands of prompts and calls to an AI model. That's going to get expensive if you're paying for an API access and paying per token, right? If you're running it locally and you're hitting the models locally on your GPU, it's the same cost as it costs to run your 4090 on the electric bill, right? It's dirt cheap. Like, honestly, my 4090 has not raised my power bill in my house. It probably does, but it's so insignificant it doesn't matter. So I I really advocate for, especially in the enterprise environments that I'm in, we don't have to pay like this document processing AI workflow that you'd want to make, and you're going to hit OpenAI tons of times to process a bunch of files. The cost of that could be like, I'll give you one example, like PDF document processing or whatever. Like it could end up being, if you got a lot of them, and again, enterprises would be processing a lot of their information, that could be thousands of dollars a day to consider like $500K a year in cost, right? I can do the same damn thing with a 4090 GPU and a crappy PC gaming tower and accomplish the same system for the price of the electricity to run the GPU. So I don't agree, or I don't like to say do your big processes. And again, data security. Yeah, you have your walled garden AIs in the enterprise whenever you use it, but you're still, I mean, it's still going out there. They say they don't train it, or whatever. It's all, and it is probably with Microsoft and stuff, whatever. But it's just cheaper, more data security. You control everything, and you're just paying the electric bill for your 4090, and you can accomplish the same damn thing without the crazy cost. So it's just stuff like that. All right, back to game development. I get to ranting. All right, let me see here. I fixed the issues in the relevant scripts. Here's a summary of the changes. And I think actually the biggest win for AI for me is the carpal tunnel. Like typically I write novels and novels of code, right, to accomplish stuff. Now I just have it grind out the code. I review it. I make sure it's in the format I like. It doesn't have any code smells, and it works and is architected how I want it. And then I now just kind of directing it by building out project plans from deep research reports, and that's how I guide and keep AI on track, and myself too. It actually helps me in my organizational skills, and I can know that I have got through this feature A to Z. So it's a powerful workflow, and if you already know how to review code, if you've been code reviewing people's code for years, and you've been working in code bases and doing complex stuff, because I do a lot of PLC, pharmacy factory automation, so I do a lot of hardware, software engineering and stuff. I've been writing code since I was 11 years old. So now I don't have to type everything out all the time. My hands don't hurt all the time. It's great. It's great. All right, worky work time. can't I type? Oh, if I was in the right code base. There we go. And again, this all the features I've talked through and I've shown you, I've built in less than 2 weeks. And these are all systems I've done from scratch. They're very complicated systems. They're using the latest technology and the latest architecture, the best practices architecturally, scriptable objects, data-driven, designer-friendly, event-driven, decoupled systems. And that's always what I really strive for, and I make sure I include in all of my planning and my research when I am starting a new system. In fact, I think once I'm through this refactor, I'm going to do I'm going to work from a deep research project, create the project plan, and then work through it with agents to show you that path and how you can use agents to write code too. I don't know. I don't use agents all that much. I know how to use them and all that, but I don't know. There's some caveats to using agents, and there's actually some annoyance to it right now because of the way Unity and Visual Studio are working at the moment. I'll put it that way. So again, Control T in Visual Studio is the best way to navigate. You can search for function, class name, variable name, whatever, and get right to it without having to dig through the UI. Is it just regurgitating code here? Or did I misread that? Yeah, I did. Oh shit. I didn't. Okay, I'm dumb. I've already implemented this. So I'm going to give it a current snapshot of the code that I have after that. Review the code base and tell me if I missed any changes, then tell me if we are done with this project plan. So this was a refactoring of the character stats that I've been putting off because I didn't really need it yet, but I'm glad that it's done. Derived stats are no longer hard-coded. I put in some stuff and hard-coded it because I wanted to quickly get through some features, and now that's all been done. I've conducted a final code review of the codebase to catch any remaining references to the old stat system and confirm the refactoring project is now complete. Code review findings. I found the last script that was directly accessing the stat property, merely dodge chance, instead of calling the new calculation method. Treat data show. Project plan complete. And again, in the canvas, here's a project plan I'm working through with it. It's not a very complicated one. This is a simple ask. I've already fixed this, I bet you. The tooltip generation logic in the script was trying to read stats.melee dodge chance. Was it though? I don't see what it's talking about there. I think it's hallucinating. So that's another thing. The context of this conversation, that's not that long a one. This is nice, more flexible. All right, so I'm gonna leave this be. I know I don't have any errors, and I've tested the gameplay because I just went through and showed you every screen and everything was working. And again, it wasn't a really complex refactor or anything like that, but it was just getting me more aligned with how I want the stat system to work, and more robust, scalable stat system. There. So next up, I'm going to where's that? W to translate, and then Control Shift, and you drag on this little white box, and you can snap any 3D model to the scene real easily. Very, very handy feature. And since my game is grid based, you can also use Control. I always get this backwards. It's for backslash to snap it to the grid. Let's see if that's right. Yeah. So the blue grid I just generated is the pathfinding grid, and it is the actual grid size. And the Control backspace snapped it to the center of that grid tile. So this is a workbench. I'm gonna bring back in my friendly NPC, and I'm gonna work on them for a bit because I want to do something besides refactoring and code cleanup. All right, let's see here. Farming. Let's do some farming. So I'm gonna do. And that's another thing about Gemini. I can't give ChatGPT a ton of code files or a ton of files all at once. Like, I think you can use projects. Again, I could be wrong, but I haven't found a way to do it easily. It's always got like a 10 file limit here in this window, and then there's no import code option. I can point at my repositories actually. So using connectors, I can say connect more. But it's just so cumbersome. It just, I don't know. This has been much faster, and I have a kind of a process to it. So I'm going to do a canvas. Do I want to do a deep research first? I don't think I need to for this, or I already have probably. I thought I did. Here we go. So a lot of my stuff, I've been kind of modeling it after Elin Rimworld and whatnot. So again, my deep research is kind of like, how would I do this, or how would I implement a similar system like Elin in Unity C# 6.2 or 6.2 C#? Now again, I don't think I like all of the way farming exactly works in Elin. Well, the NPCs are kind of like, they farm for you and they harvest stuff, but you don't, like, you saw my NPC walk and gather the ingredient and go to the workbench and work it and then go grab the food. You don't see your NPCs doing that, I believe. Like, say you got a plot of plants you harvested, you put a signpost in the middle, and it basically tells the AI, hey, I want you can automate farming your residents to do the farming for you and stuff and put it in a container, but you don't see it happen. You don't see them go do it. I'm almost 100% sure of that. And that's where you're gonna see the AIs you're gonna see them go do stuff, and like they're, they get upset and pissed off, they'll go kick over a table or break something, or stuff like that. So it's gonna be more Rimworld esque or Dwarf Fortress esque, where you could follow one of your L or dwarves, and he's gonna go do his day to day thing, kind of follow him through if you wanted to, but you're gonna see them do stuff. But there are some really cool mechanics to Elin's farming system. And the way Elin does items and stuff too is really cool, because almost everything has a chance of these properties or random modifiers or attributes, or you can kind of think of it like Diablo prefixes or whatnot, but it's more in depth and complicated than that. So say you harvest this plant, and you get the seeds out of it. You can basically work on the seeds generation to generation. So like you can, like, this seed, it has this property and it gives you this effect when you grow the plant, or it'll give you more harvest whenever it's finally done. And you kind of carry those properties into the next seed generation and stuff. It's really cool. In fact, I've been meaning to do a I'll go ahead and kick it off real quick. I want to get an AI podcast on this. I'll listen to it as I'm working. Google Drive. So I'm going to do a deep dive. I want to do a longer one. No, I'll just do a default. No, I'm going to do a longer one. Yeah. Actually, so here's a cool trick. So this is a very in-depth analysis of farming in Elin right here, like, and it's also mapping out the objects that I would need to build, and the all that, and the architecture. But I want to provide, so notebook LLMs, you can provide sources, right? And you can have multiple documents, images, like all kinds of crap you can add as a source. And notebook LLMs really for researching and digging into stuff. You can create mind maps, flashcards, quizzes off your documents or your sources. But it is about brainstorming, researching, analytics. It's a very powerful tool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Gemini give me a full breakdown of my current features and my architecture, and then I'm going to provide that as a source in this podcast. So the AI podcast is going to analyze the deep research on the Elin farming mechanics, and it's going to as well and talk, and also my code base and architecture. And then the AI podcast, I'm going to have it that way you can kind of talk through the approach that I'd like to take in architectural wise and all that. So let me do this real quick. New chat. So that folder is just my scripts. That's all it needs. So I also have editor scripts, and I have my UI elements or scripts here, or well, logic. I'm still torn. I like keeping all the UXML and the USS and the scripts for an interface in the same location in the project, but I also want all my scripts in my script folder and categorized folders. So I'm probably going to get away from this pattern, but it's kind of nice to have all of the elements of that UI interface in its own folder. So all the textures that belong to this screen, all the scriptable objects, all the scripts that drive it would be there. But I think I'm not going to do that. Again, it breaks my architecture or the structure that I have here. And again, like it makes it life easier to interact with LLMs if your code is all together in a concise place, because if you have it mixed in with a bunch of other stuff, you're going to have model files, all that crap, and I don't want that. So I like the UI screens to all have their everything they need in one place, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. It was a thought I had, and I don't know if I like it. So anyways, I don't need to give it any more code. And what I'm gonna ask it to do is give me a feature breakdown of my game's features to this point. Very detailed research I can feed into notebook. And this is kind of good to do every now and then on your code base. Like every now and then I just ask it to do a full code review and look for any best or any code smells or bad practices or any improvements or optimizations that could be made. And, you know, it does pretty damn good. And some things I'll take action on. Some things, you know, it's like, it is what it is. It's that process is halfway baked, right? The game is built on a robust foundation of singleton managers, which actually there's not that many, and that handle the core gameplay loops, and it's really just managers, but I have another architectural change I'm going to make to try to get down to one or just a couple or singletons, and because most everything else is decoupled. But again, singletons aren't bad per se, but in Unity game dev, it can get crazy. Some people just make singletons out of every damn thing, and now you got everything's really coupled together and dependent on this and that. So by using an scriptable object event driven architecture, which I've got the boilerplate and the framework of, I can basically get rid of the singletons and have everything that does something shoots out an event and broadcasts, hey, I did this thing, that thing. And it doesn't, anyone can subscribe to it and be like, oh, but that thing doesn't know about any other thing. And anything that cares about an item being added to the inventory can subscribe to that event, and then they can do what they need to. And that all comes from the centralized scriptable data object event system. And that's how everything talks. And everything is dumb. Like the main game manager doesn't know about the faction manager and all that. They all are just firing off events for the stuff they do. And any other classes that need to know or react to it is going to use those events. But anyways, player faction management, entity management, resource and asset management, global event system. A multi-step asynchronous process generates a planetary world, river generation, faction settlement placement, road generation. The road and river generation really needs some love, but right now World Gen is using a hand-rolled simple pathfinding solution to kind of create rivers and roads. I'm going to implement the battle-tested A-star pathfinding project code that's way better than the pathfinding I rolled just for World Gen. Local map gen, terrain and features, continuity. And again, local map is aware of the world generation and all the neighboring terrain. So physical features from this one or that one are continued. So if a river runs through your local map and then you go up and there's the next part of the rivers in this map, it'll actually be there when you go into the next map. So that's the continuity of world map gen to local map gen, which again, it's Rimworld does that too. But it's a complex fucking thing. It's cool. Character systems, data-driven character creation, advanced health systems. So I simulate all the body parts and stuff too. Like your arm can get hurt. You got your brain, organs, your blood system. Like there's certain things like manipulation is a body system. And that's if you lose an arm, you now have less manipulation, right? Or you damage your arm, you have less manipulation. If you're bleeding, you're what's it called? I'll have to, anyway, like cognitive, like your brain, you get your damage, your brain, or it's a very complex system like Rimworld. And then I have prosthetic system. You can actually, because again, the world that I'm going for is Elin like, but it's kind of also got a touch of Arcanum. So there's magic and technology, and they are at odds with each other, and they don't really intermingle well. Because like if a powerful mage gets close to a big technological thing, kind of steampunk tech, maybe not, a little more advanced maybe, but it can make that machine break or malfunction and not work. So like in Arcanum, in the lore of the world, magic users get you get on a train, like you gotta like declare you don't have magical items, or you don't this or that. And if you do have an aptitude for magic, or you are a magic user, typically you're forced to be on the back of the train, so you don't mess with the machine. And depending on your aptitude in the world, this is all lore, you may not even be able to get on the train. Like, I don't know, Arcanum has a really cool world building of the magic and technology in the same world, and they're not exactly friendly with each other. So I'm kind of think I'm going that vibe. Then the character psychology. NPCs have needs like hunger, entertainment, different needs like that. Stress, like they get stressed out. And I've done a lot of deep research and kind of world building on the drugs and alcohols of the world, and how those are going to factor in. So I've done some world building stuff too, but that one's, I don't know, that one I'm going to kind of refine and come up with more my own kind of blend and world lore. But again, because it's a sandbox game, I'm not going to have, tons of it. It's just I'm going to try to create a very interesting world and lore that you can just get dropped into, and you have complete freedom to do what you want. And then the AI storytellers are going to cause that emergent gameplay. So as you go and you get better, you're stronger, you find new things, like the AI storyteller is going to make things happen, good and bad things happen to you, and those are going to be varying levels of craziness, like peaceful AI storyteller, a more moderate one that's not so bad, but still can throw shitty shit at you. They have a utility-based decision making, so they have goals, like, and then the goal scoring is based on animation curves, and basically 0 to 1. So different ones can prioritize different goals based off of their needs. And then they have a thought system too. So like, if he's hungry and you're balling, your base is nice, you got all kinds of stuff, and you're rich, but you have them living in squalor, or they don't even have a room or a bed, and you have them sleeping on the floor, they are gonna be their considerations and thought. They're gonna have negative thoughts, and it's gonna affect their mood and all that. The colony simulation stuff. So this is like, you saw the AI. I said, hey, I want a club built. So that's called a bill system. So in Dwarf Fortress, you can go to any crafting station, say, okay, I want 20 chairs made. And then your AI will see those bills of work. And if there's someone with that skill set and they're not pissed off, or they're in a good enough mood, they may go work on that bill and create that for you. So that's another initiative why you want to keep your NPCs happy and well taken care of, or and whatnot. And again, if you played Rimworld or Dwarf Fortress, you know what I'm going for there. So the item and crafting system is completely data driven, and again, more modeled towards Elin's item system than Rimworld or Dwarf Fortress. And it's kind of a mixture. Again, but the data-driven aspects of it is, it's easy to create new items. Like anybody, a non-programmer can create a new item and create new item properties, new ones that don't exist in the game yet. So you could have an item property for harvest, and if a stat or a piece of gear gets the harvest property, their farming skill gets a boost and stuff like that. But allows, again, it's because it's scriptable objects and the data is there to be manipulated, and then the logic is separated from the data. Designers, non-programmers, artists, whoever, can help build new items, new item properties, new containers, new armor, gear, all that. It's all scriptable, object driven. It's not. It's a very awesome system. So, and what I think I'm going to do is make it to where I can import a spreadsheet so I can kind of work on items and stuff too in the background, and it'll build scriptable objects off that, or anyone on my team or working with me could also have access to the spreadsheet. And say we decide this piece of gear is too powerful, we can go in the spreadsheet, dial down the damage or whatever, and then on the next import it'll regenerate the scriptable objects. And that might be kind of the workflow for the item system, but otherwise you just go in Unity and open the project in Unity, open that scriptable object, and change its stat. You don't have to change code. All right, so this is all here. I'm gonna create a Google Doc off this. Now let's go back. What has it been, like 20 minutes since I started this rant? All right, and all because I wanted an AI podcast to listen to. Really break down how to build out a robust farming system based on my game's existing features and the Elin farming farming research document. All right, so the longer ones I really like them, because again, I can just kind of, once it's generated, it takes a couple minutes to make an IA podcast off your deep research or just any document. You could throw a PDF or a fucking restaurant menu in here if you wanted to, and then create a AI podcast off of it. But it's a fun way to kind of take a lot of complex stuff and get a audio or AI podcast of two people discussing the topic. And I don't know, I like it a lot. It's just like, they're fun to listen to. And they are helpful. Ultimately, they are helpful. Okay, so now that I've done that, so now that I got this game feature breakdown here in this chat, I'm going to go ahead and reference the farming research document here and say, give me a detailed project plan to implement the farming features for my game. Break down the logic needed for the player and NPCs. I want to, at the end of the project, I want my friendly NPCs to be able to harvest and automate farming for me, for the player. And we'll review this project plan, and then I may use agents to work through it, but long-term progression loop through crop breeding and automation. The end goal is a system where the player and friendly NPCs can participate in all aspects of farming, from tilling the soil to autonomously harvesting and storing the crops. Oh yeah. Key features to implement. Farmland management, designating farm zones, tilling soil, and managing soil fertility and water levels, which my world generation and local map gen is already has vegetation and fertility of geographical areas baked in. Again, sweet shit. Crop life cycle, plant seed, crop growth influenced by seasons and weather and harvesting. New farming skill. I already thought I added farming as a skill. Maybe not. NPC automation. Extension of the utility AI to allow NPCs autonomously perform farming tasks like planting, watering, harvesting. Delegated farming, a high-level management system allowing the player to automate entire farm zones, which NPCs will then maintain. Yes, because I like survival. Like in survival games and stuff, you always got like you cutting down trees and you're farming and crap, but it's fine at the beginning of the game loop, but as your base and the world goes on, I always love it when you can have NPCs or residents or colonists assist you or help with those things. Because eventually the gameplay loop for chopping down trees and crap gets boring. For farming, I mean, it doesn't get boring, especially you create an engaging system, but I like automation and I like to see the AI help me out and make life easier for me. Manual farming jobs, player control logic. When the player selects a character and right clicks on a tile within the farming zone, a context image. I think it's thinking wrong there. So in Rimworld, you can select all your pawns and control them one by one and have them go do stuff. I'm following the model of Elin, where you are the protagonist. You have your main character that you are developing, and you are exploring. You go out from the base and your colony, and you explore the world, and you go do dungeons and go to towns and socialize and all that crap. I don't think I want, or no, I know I don't want you to be able to just like pick a colonist and play, right? So I may have it rework it because I don't like the way it's thinking about that. Or I guess maybe it's not talking about it in the, well, it is. It says selects a character and right clicks. No, this is fine. This is fine. You won't actually take control of the NPC. You're just gonna, you can click them and be like, hey, go do this thing. Yeah, this is fine. UI, farming, management, player feedback, tooltip. When hovering over a farming tile, a detailed tooltip should be displayed. Its current state, soil fertility, water level, crop, all standard stuff there. A new UI panel for delegated farming will be created. This allows the player to configure automated zones with which crops to plant, where to store harvest, and whether to use fertilizer. Extend the existing tooltip manipulator to recognize farm tiles and query the new map tile data component for information. Create a new UI toolkit, sweet. It didn't go UGUI, yay. Interface for the farm management panel. That's good. I don't want to, where I can, I'm going to avoid the old UI system in Unity and leverage the new UI toolkit, unless I just find a feature or a thing that it's just not good at, and I would then fall back to UGUI and the old UI system. But so far, I have not had to do that. New goal, AI to extend, find and execute farm job. Okay, so it's following my existing AI architecture of goals and actions and considerations. Shared systems. There are foundational components that both the player and NPC-driven farm will rely on. The crop data scriptable object. So the data, the map tile data. We're going to extend the map data to include new dynamic properties for each tile's fertility water level. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So it's going to incorporate it into my grid system and my local map gen. Farming manager, a new singleton to manage the global growth tick that updates every active crop once per day, applying the effects of sunlight, seasons, and water. I don't know if once per day. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I don't want farming to be like Zomboid. Like, oh man, I love Zomboid to death, but God, the farming is, it's a little too on the nose of realism. Like, it takes forever. And I don't know, like, I just have a hard time getting farming up and going, or like living long enough to take advantage of it. Farming manager, new singleton to manage the global growth tick that updates every active crop once per day. Yes, that's fine for now. I've got to get my manager event-driven system going eventually before that spirals out of control. Phase project plan and roadmap. Goal 1, the foundation. Data and core loop. Yada, yada, yada. So, okay, I'm going to do a check-in. I'm going to let AI agents take a crack at this instead of just going through the canvas here. But most likely, I probably come back to the canvas. And there's one really big reason why. And I'm trying to figure out how to fix this, but I'll show you once I do this. So basically, I'm going to check in the code. So I've got 13 changes to the project right here. I'm going to go ahead and regenerate the commit notes. And again, Copilot, that's a button to have Copilot analyze the code changes that you made or project changes. Add attribute and dietary preference classes, scripts for the character customization, upload multiple character related scripts to integrate with new features, and made adjustments to scene object rotations for consistency. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So I'm going to commit. Go ahead and push to main. And every now and then, I have source control, and using agents, you have restore checkpoints. So anything an agent does, you can go back before it did it. But when you use AI agents, you just give them a lot more. They do a lot more, and they can also mess up a lot more. I'm not going to have it. I'm not asking it to create databases or manipulate file systems or checking code, right? I don't want the AI agents doing that shit for me, because you see those horror stories where you're leaning on agents to do all this craziness, like, and they accidentally fucking delete like some important thing, and then like they delete the database. You've seen it happen. But the way I work AI agents, that's not a possibility. Plus, prior to using agents, I make sure I'm checked in source control. I usually do a file copy backup just because it's Unity. Well, the file backup is really kind of silly and redundant because of source control, but it does give me the ability to, if it gets really, the AI agents go a little wild, I can go back and look. I can compare. I can give it both sets of code bases because I can't point like Gemini at my private repository. It won't work. So that's kind of why I do this. It seems silly, but I just err on the side of caution with AI agents. When you allow them to kind of do more stuff, and they're maturing day by day. And again, everything I've done so far is no AI agents. I'm just prompting, researching, prompting, or project planning and prompting. will give me a moment to grab a drink. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick too. Be right back. Heating up a piece of pizza real quick. All right, so that's done. I kind of want to just showcase agents. I you know, they're handy and shit, but I don't know. I'm not. So this is the way I gotta enjoy pizza and just get to eat the toppings now. It's so fun. Or actually, it is really good. I just scrape the toppings off the crust and eat them. Hashtag no carb or sugar life. Well, there's probably some sugar in the tomato sauce, but it doesn't really get me. And you don't get all messy. So one of the things about farming is you need crops. They need to have different growth stages. You need to have a harvest animation. You need to have all this crap, right? This is the artwork side of it, or the 3D. So I think crops are going to be 3D objects models in the world, because again, I am allowed that with the Octopath Traveler style. I don't like to give a shit. It's my game. I'll do what I want with it. But I found an asset pack on sale recently that basically gave me all the crops and stuff I could ever want. I'll show it. So this is a separate project that I will import Unity assets into and look at and kind of review. But again, I have to stress that none of my stuff only thing in my actual game project that is it's a Unity asset that I included was the A-Star Pathfinding Pro asset, just because it's lightning fast, it uses the burst system, it's really powerful pathfinding and AI solution, pathfinding for the player, for the click to move, and AI movement and navigation in the environments. And it's just battle tested. It's fast, it's performant, it's really it's easy to use. My grid system that you see, the blue grid here, that's the pathfinding grid, is A-Star, and it's, again, silly simple. It's got great visualizations, debuggers. It's really a great product. And for me to roll a pathfinding solution like I've been rolling all these other systems, yeah, I could get one that's performant and meets my needs, but it wouldn't be as performant as this guy. And the more performant your pathfinding is, the more you can have happening and going on. So more NPCs are calculating their paths. And two, if I want to do complex stuff where NPCs will pathfind across the world and into local maps and stuff, this is the only asset in my project, code-wise, that I did not write or build myself in this last 2 weeks. Anyway, so, and then another badass part of this is my project is not littered with Unity asset packs and their demo scenes and test objects and shit. My code is still super small and lightweight. The only thing I have in there are a few textures, 3D models, and shaders, I think, that are, so you can, I have some stuff here for visualization. All right. Appreciate it. And again, thanks for stopping in. And again, let's continue to talk. Again, like, I'll probably do, whenever I do an animation night or really focus on the character stuff too, I'll let you know. Or animation. Yeah, animation. Yeah, I'm talking right. Have a good one. Thanks for the follows. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to build a game too, so I can get free of work. No. You can only hope. Pizza completed. All right. I really have adjusted my lifestyle and my dietary stuff. Have a good night. And I've gotten used to it. At first, it was kind of depressing, but I've found a bunch of different meals and go-to things and ways I can eat even when I'm like at work, because they cater our lunches and dinners a lot when we're traveling for work and stuff. So I don't always have, low carb, sugar-free options. Like the snack table, they order a bunch of snacks and drinks for us, so we don't have to buy them. And they keep it, we have like this conference room where we keep them. This conference room is so cool, technology-wise and feature-wise. they got this big long cabinet at the one end. It's got long giant tables, and it's got the glass windows that you can kind of like hit a button and it goes frosted, and then it'll make it clear, frost it, like super fancy conference rooms. But the cool part is that one cabinet underneath the big TVs in the end has freaking fridges in it. And fridge freezers. You can have them act as a freezer. So one side could be a freezer, one could be a fridge. But we keep all the drinks and like cheeses and meats and stuff in there. So throughout the day, because like I don't know, like depending on the phase of the project, I could be on site, from like 2 a.m. Like right now, I'm back to doing like 8-hour days because everything's stable in code. But it's just cool. Like, but again, I guess my thought there was all the snacks and stuff. I really can only eat the popcorn and like some nuts. There's a lot of sugar, candies, and all that crap. But it is what it is. All right, let's get to implementing farming. So here's the farming assets. I'll show you these real quick because they're really, really cool. So 30 crops, all the 3D models, all the stages of growth, all the plots for the ground, the watering features, animations, harvesting, harvest animations, particle effects. So this is huge. You got mushrooms, you got crops, you got flowers, you got herbs. Here's like potatoes, nuts, ginger, sweet potatoes, carrots, beets. Here's the mushrooms. They should be growing. Yeah, so like see. And then I can click on them. Well, so they have multiple stages, and then they have harvest animations. So this saves me tons and tons and tons of work. This asset pack was on sale recently, and I was just like, yeah, I gotta have it. So that's what I'm gonna leverage for the art, 3D models and art. But this isn't, I imported to this project so I could just bring over the things that I want, the models, the textures, and the scripts. I don't want the demo scene or any documentation or any of the extra junk files, so I can keep the project light. And again, avoiding using when it comes to artwork and 3D models, I will leverage my massive asset library because I have heard someone outside my hotel room. Actually, it sounds like it's storming. Hold on a sec. Let me see. Oh, I guess that's just the waterfall. I'm on the 6th floor. I figure I'd hear that. So right here, I've got almost 1,000 assets that I own in the Unity Asset Store, but I also own tons of assets in Fab, or the Unreal Marketplace. Now Fab, I believe. I think they've sunset Unreal Marketplace completely. And then in other asset sites or Humble Bundles. One good way to there's a lot of free assets out there. Some of them are really awesome, and you don't have to pay anything for them. But there's a lot of paid ones too. So I spent a lot of money on assets. One, I can learn from them if I don't use them. Humble Bundle, though, this is another place. If you're a developer and you're trying to build up your asset library and just your repository of things you can do, Humble Bundle 1 has bundles to help you learn game development, like here, this Godot Complete Course Bundle. But like here, this Synthy one, really great asset pack. This one is worth $1,000, and you can get all of this for $30. Or if you got more money, you can donate more, but you only have to donate $30 to get all these asset packs. So there's a lot of biomes, there's a lot of different environments, there's mech assets, it's only been 3 hours. This is a good one. I like Cynthy stuff, but if you do any time in game development and you know Cynthy's assets, and a lot of people use them, so you'll see a lot of games. It doesn't mean the game's bad if you use assets right. Fun gameplay is fun gameplay, but I can definitely tell when someone's just straight up using Cynthy is what they're using, and they don't retexture it, they don't remodel it or whatever. One cool trick with the Cynthy assets, or any low poly asset this applies to, this low poly art style, like you can see here, like that character. If you I can't remember if you turn up the normals on the 3D mesh, you can make it look like way different for cheap. So you can take the whole asset pack, jack up the normals, and it'll almost look like a different asset, but it lose some of that Cynthy look, and some of the blockiness. Now, if you're going for that blockiness, whatever, but you can. It's just an easy import tweak you can do to the assets to make them look different-ish enough to where they look a little different enough to where it's kind of different. Not a big deal. Again, I have nothing against using assets. I own tons of them. Literal tons. But again, if you're a developer or an aspiring indie developer, like massing assets, especially you can find itch.io has a bunch of free ones. Kenny is a famous asset developer. He gives most of his stuff away for free or dirt cheap. So there's always, and for me, it's about amassing them and cataloging them and having them when I need them and having them searchable. So I have tools for that. Asset inventory is this is Unity's package manager right here. So I can find that harvest one that I just did, or the one, what is it called? Wild Harvest. So here it is. Now this asset is a whopping total of 76 megabytes. So cool, awesome. I can probably get that size down. One, because I didn't take a lot of the extra files, and there's not a lot. They actually kept their asset lean, didn't put a bunch of junk in here. So I respect that. But in my game, I use asset inventory, which is really amazing tool. And basically what it'll do is scan your assets. Even if you got assets on a NAS or a hard drive sitting plugged into your computer, it can inventory those guys too. And what you do is you come over here and you index it, or you run it, and it does. It will fetch your store purchases. It will fetch all the details. It will scan the asset store cache on your computer. It will start indexing all your asset store purchase, all your assets you own in the Unity environment. We'll download and index the assets, take a picture, like a preview image, all this stuff, and like catalog it. So over here you see I've indexed 2,181 assets or packages. From the asset store is 1,112 assets. A total of 799 and 619,000 files. So this is my asset library in the context of Unity. Now I don't have this pointing at all my third-party assets from Unreal or just any other repository or asset locations that I have, because this is typically enough, right? I got so many. But then you can come here and search. So say I want images. I'm trying to find a sprite of something. So I bought licenses to all these assets, or were free on the asset store, so I added them to my Unity account. So now I say I want a sword icon, and then it shows all the different, it finds sword references in all the assets that I own. So here's 9 pages of swords, right? And I can pull this. It lets you cherry pick things from asset packs. And the package manager, you have to import the whole, well, you don't have to import the whole thing, but typically that's what you do. And it can bring in a bunch of extra crap. This makes it so easy, and you can't see, like, the import window, it doesn't really show you much. Like, you can, if you know what you're after, you could like unselect all and just select that thing, but it's not as easy as this. Like, so if I just wanted this sword texture, I could import just this texture, nothing else. And then I can look for prefabs. So now here's all the sword prefabs I'm looking for, 5 pages of sword prefabs. And then I can pull this and drop it in my project. Instead of bloating up my project, I can use this to cherry pick from all the assets I own and get artwork, images, models, shaders, I think, animations, scripts, library, documents, the whole shebang. So this is invaluable. Everyone should own this if you're doing a lot of Unity development, or even, again, it can support all your third-party assets that you have stored on a disk or wherever. It just makes life so much simpler, and it catalogs your video game assets so you can find what you need when you need it. Oh yeah, background music. Start screen. Now, if you don't have the asset downloaded, it will temporarily download it, and then you can pull it out. So that's one of the things. If you haven't downloaded it yet, it has to download it, but then it doesn't put it in your project. It downloads it to a temporary spot and lets you pull it out. So, amazing tool. So let's get to farming. Enough ranting. All right, I'm gonna. The problem I have with using agents on Unity, with the Unity project right now, everything else, agents are fine, but I don't know when this got introduced or why it's doing it, and I know how to correct it, but basically, well, let's see if it does it, and I'll talk through that. I may have got it fixed, or the update may have fixed it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say solution. So this prompt I'm about to do has access to the solution, and I call that solution level prompting with Copilot. And then I'm going to give it the project plan. So I'm going to copy this project plan out of here. And I'm going to paste it here. Something is making my mouse slow. Let's close some things. Oh, I bet you I had this. No, it's not around. I don't know what that was. My mouse is lagging for a second. Close some windows down. Oh wait, my podcast. So I'm going to listen to this as I work on this. You guys can listen to it with me, and I'll talk whenever hopefully, I'm not sure, it shouldn't be overpowering me.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we are undertaking a pretty massive architectural challenge. We're looking at taking an already complex game, utility-based simulation, and integrating this huge, deeply simulated new feature farming. And specifically based on some really comprehensive external research.
It's only
that
complicated and
Right.
challenging
and
if
the
you're
trick is doing
no.
it without, collapsing everything else that's already there.
Yeah, it's not just adding a couple of plant pots, is it?
Exactly. This is about building a whole agricultural ecosystem, something that really lives and breathes in the simulation.
Can you guys hear that good?
So our source material today, it's basically the technical backbone for this whole thing. We've got the internal feature breakdown, the current architecture.
All the C# managers, data structures, AI models.
Yeah, all that stuff. And then we have this comprehensive project plan that details exactly how to build and kind of retrofit this high fidelity farming feature onto that existing base.
It's quite the plan.
Okay, let's unpack this then. The mission today is really
So I just gave the agents the project plan I built from Notebook LLM, from my research documents, and my current analysis of my architecture and code base. So my farming deep research, and then my gameplay architecture and features. And now I've got this. Sorry, I'm getting the hiccups. So I've got it set to, I'm gonna do this guy. So I'm putting on ChatGPT 5. Actually, I'm gonna use Pro. I'm gonna use Gemini, my favorite. I haven't used Gemini yet, so we'll see how this goes. Hopefully it goes fine. All right, so I'm gonna say, here's the project plan. Let's work through this project plan. Due to the bug that I've been kind of alluding to with agents and Copilot, Visual Studio, and Unity, I've been telling it, don't build the project, because agents will make a bunch of code changes. They'll try to build the project to see that the code that they just changed didn't break anything. And if that build fails, they will analyze the errors, and then they'll make more changes to try to correct those errors. And then they'll try building again, and then correct those, or if not, but it'll keep working through that until there's no errors in the code from the work it did. And then, but it has essentially, like, I can build the project right now because we are error free, right? Well, so the A-star pathfinding algorithm, or solution. Actually, let's do this. I'm going to regenerate. I'm going to close Visual Studio real quick. So the problem is, when I have it do agents work on my Unity project right now with the or I don't know if it's Visual Studio or Unity or what's going on, but A-star Pathfind project is where the AI thinks it needs to add all the new code. And it doesn't, it's weird because it looks like it adds it to the A-star pathfinding project, but it actually adds it in the main project in the right locations. And it won't build. Again, I think we're going to see this issue come up when I do this, but what I'm going to try to do is maybe I'm going to rebuild the project or the code base from Unity. So I'm going to go up here, preferences, external editors, and then I'm going to hit generate. Oh, hold on. Embedded packages, local packages. I'm gonna leave it alone, but I think I might be able to actually address this issue right here. But you can regenerate the code project. And again, Unity technically regenerates the C# project a lot, or not every time. It does. Every time it compiles, it regenerates it. So, well, that may be not 100% correct, but that's essentially the gist. And that's why sometimes when you do stuff, all of a sudden Visual Studio will see it kind of like reload everything. So now that I've done that, click it one more time just to be sure. I'm going to open up a script and open up Visual Studio again. So when you open a script from Visual Studio, it's opening up that generated CS proj file or the project, right? And over here, if you look, a lot of the asset inventory projects are here, the A-Star Pathfinding Tools Editor project, and the A-Star Pathfinding project. And that's one thing and again, this bug I think is caused by the A-Star Pathfinding project, but we'll find out here shortly. So new chat, get rid of active document, hashtag solution, give it the project plan, and I'm not gonna, normally because of this bug I tell it don't build, but I'm gonna let it do what it do and let's see if it works. Let's work through this project plan. So here's the tools the agents have. So it can code search, build, get errors, files, profile agent, run commands in terminal. Actually, Copilot terminal. How can I get to that? Copilot will open up its own terminal session, and maybe I could basically CD it and make sure it's working. No, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it alone. We'll show you how this what happens. So here we go. I'm gonna close all the files so we can watch it open and do its thing. And again, agents are awesome. Like, just got kind of a sticking point right now with, so it created the crop data SO object from the plan. Now that's going to find the map data and extend it. Now see, it's doing it. It's like it's adding it to the A-Star Pathfinding project, but it isn't. It is actually adding it to the folder up here, but it's gonna basically get to a point where it's gonna try to do a build after these code changes, and it's gonna fail. It will not build because of this stupid bug. And again, it'd be awesome if I could get past this. So, oh shit, I didn't. Yeah, I have my project set as a startup project. I've done some research to try to figure out why it's doing this, but it's a pain in the ass. So part of me thinks if I take the A-Star Pathfinding project and bring it up out of the packages, because A-Star has engineered their stuff to where it's a package, and the packages, not like, I don't know, the Unity packages or whatnot. All right, so it's made the base job, it's made the job for sow seed, it's made the job for till soil, the base job, target position, work required, map data. It has introduced the water level is tilled and planted crops. So again, saves me a lot of time. I know it's not going to be able to build, but I don't have to drag and drop this crap from the browser window now. So this is awesome, because now I'm going to get through a lot of the manual tedious clicking and stuff, and like the code that I would just take and copy paste and create in the project. It's now going to get built for me, and I can worry about test or implementing it and testing it, reviewing it, and seeing if it's everything that I want. So it's still working through stuff. Over here you can kind of see it's create the farming skill data object or data SO. There was problem completing request, please try again. Yeah, I bet you so. So it kind of pooped out mid-process. Not a big deal. I think it was a big ask. I don't typically give it the whole project plan. I say, hey, implement phase 1 and 2. I give it smaller chunks of the project plan so it doesn't have to because again, there's token limits. I bet you if we go look at the output. Unhandled exception invoking responder GitHub pilot error intent copilot badge status active default directory. It errored out. It could have been a number of shits, but sometimes it's because the context has been run through. So now that it's done all that work, here's the classes that it made. So like, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 classes, right? And I'm gonna click on each one and kind of look at it. Now see, this is again, that map data object is there, and it's basically saying it can't find it. And it looks like it really fucking fucked up and put this code in the A-star project. But as soon as I close the editor and open it back up, it'll be in the right project, because it is technically in the right project. But for some fucking reason, Copilot in this project, it does this dumb shit. Next time I do it, I may unload everything except for this, and that way it forces its hand. But again, the workaround isn't that bad. So where did it? What sucks is when it pooped out, it didn't leave the chat all the things it did in there, so that kind of sucks. But again, it's mostly just code creation here. I'm fine with this. So what you normally do if it had manipulated, so these are all new, and then map data was the one thing that wasn't a new file, and it did this. Cool. I've code reviewed it. It's fine. I know this is fine. And all the new files are how I want them, well, that's fine. So I'm just going to hit keep, right? So now that basically says, I like what you did, the agents did, keep it. And now, if I try to build it, it's going to fail because it thinks the code is here, but it's not. So like, if I open up my code now, my project, where it should be, if I go to skills general, so scripts, yeah. Oh no, that's data. I don't like where I put that. Scripts, farming. So if I come here, yeah, there's no farming folder, right? But watch, so here's scripts, farming, and then farming jobs, skills, and then all that. So I'm gonna close this. Now we do have 2 errors. But now that I open up the thing, there it is. All the code that it made is actually in the right project. And again, this is stupid, annoying bug. But again, that saved me a lot of fucking hand work, or clicking and dragging and mousing and whatnot. And gave me the boilerplate. And because it bombed out mid-process, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch back to ask mode. I'm going to give it the project plan again, but I'm just going to ask it to analyze the project plan against what is there and have it figure out where it fucked up or where it got to in the project plan. And then I'm going to go back to agent mode and I'm going to give it what the part of the plan it was at and down, and then continue on. All right, so solution. You created a lot of the classes and worked on the plan below, but errored out before finishing. Review the project plan against the code and tell me where we are at in the plan. And again, this is why I really stick to the plans from the research, because it helps drive the AI. One, keeps it on point, but it also, again, as me, ADHD, whatnot, like it also keeps me in the know and where we're at with this logical change and what we got left, and et cetera, et cetera. All right, so of course, here's a summary of your progress on the farming system implementation plan. You have made significant progress and have fully completed phase 1, establishing a solid foundation for the farming system. You're currently in the middle of implementing phase 2 and 3. Phase 1, the data and core loop. 2 is environment simulation. Phase 3 is that. And then PC automation. Gemini's putting actual HTML markup in the fucking prompt window. And again, this may not have aired out. I've never used Gemini 2.5 Pro in the agents mode. I may, it's interesting to see. Summary, you successfully built the steel thread of the farming system. The core data structures are in place, crops can grow, and the system is ready for more complex environmental and character-driven interactions. Your immediate next steps would be to complete the environment simulation in phase 2 and 3. Cool, I'm going to say proceed with completing phase 2 and 3. And I'm going to go back to agent mode. So since I'm referencing the previous conversation here, and I'm not passing in the whole project thing, actually, let me just copy phase 2 and 3 out of the project plan. And this is what I should have done from the beginning, so it didn't try to do a giant context thing, because you give it the whole fucking plan, it's going to try to work through the whole plan, and it can run into errors after a long chain of thought or a long bunch of agent actions or whatever. So typically what I do with agents is give it phase 1, do that, or 1 or 2 phases of the project plan at a time, not the whole shebang. So that's partially on me. All right, let's close all our windows and check out the new. And it aired out. Come on, Gemini. I'm going to switch back to ChatGPT 5. Now, Copilot actually, so this is premium models. Copilot standard models are probably best to use with agents. And you can add your own models now too. But I'm nearing the token limit for this thread. My response might be precise. You'll need to start a new thread soon. What the poop? All right, that's it. So I'm going to ask, I'm going to go to 4.1. God, that's dumb. So that's probably a limitation of trying to use a premium model. But I pay for the subscription to it, so I don't know if that factors in. So I have a sub to ChatGPT and Gemini, but let's just use the standard models of Copilot because one, I think it's more baked in and has more, or it's more polished. So I'll say that. So we're going to give them the full project plan. Ask it to code review and give me a status of where we are in the project plan. Give it #solution so it can reference the whole solution, not just a little bit, and see what it says. So now I'm going to have it give me a more concise project plan list and use that to let's complete the current phase. Then tell me. Then I will tell you to move on to the next phase of the plan. Boop, 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 boop. Oh shit. I didn't have the agents. Finish phase 1 and 2. Oh, I may get my time of day and season system out of this as a nice little bonus. I was going to implement that as a separate project, or just do that as its own feature set and try to keep it as decoupled as I can. You're not going to be able to build, you dummy. no way. Good. Cool. So let's check out what it did here. Well, it didn't build, but I really should have implemented the time and day and seasons manager and then farming, but it is what it is. Continue on with phase 3 and 4. Let's go back to listening to the podcast. Even though we're living through it already.
To see how the existing architecture, the singleton managers, scriptable objects, the utility AI, how it actually supports this huge new feature.
Right.
But maybe more importantly, how the need for this farming system actually forces improvements that end up benefiting the whole game.
That's the really interesting part, I think.
We're looking for those structural connections, those kind of aha moments in the tech.
Yeah, and what's fascinating here, looking at the plan, is how the specific needs of, say, advanced seed breeding, which is core to the Elin system inspiration, it forces this fundamental, non-negotiable upgrade to how the game handles items at its core.
An upgrade to the item system, just from farming.
Exactly. We're not just adding farming, we're fundamentally improving the game's whole itemization capability. And that has these massive ripple effects across the entire project.
Wow, okay, so it's not isolated at all.
Not at all. It acts as a catalyst for some really deep structural change.
Okay, so before we get into the nitty-gritty of seed traits or, soil fertility dynamics, we need to establish the bedrock. This game already has some strong architectural rules, right? So which existing systems are we really leaning on most heavily here?
Well, we start right at the foundation. The singleton managers. Now, singletons themselves, they're pretty standard, right? But it's what they do in this specific setup that makes the farming feature actually viable. We've got the game state management system. It runs on that real-time with pause mechanic.
Right.
And the key component there is the game updater. It's like the heartbeat of the simulation. It processes NPC turns, scheduled events, but only when the game isn't paused.
And that consistent, predictable processing loop, that's exactly what a complex farming system needs, isn't it? Something reliable.
Absolutely. The game updater is the perfect block for this. We just hook the new farming manager.
So I'm going to set a schedule. I am going to set a schedule. I'll add you on Discord unless you're trying to pitch me Steam overlays and art. But I'll add you. Because again, I'm going to get the schedule. I'm going to figure it out. Right now I'm on the East Coast for work. I'm not home. I'm in a hotel room, right? I'm on this hotel desk. But I am going to get a schedule so I can have people follow me more consistently and know when I'm going to be on. But again, I'm also going to do a shitload of ad hoc, just jumping on and coding, probably most days of the week. Well, I may try to avoid that so I don't burn out. But I'm pretty much in full grind mode right now with the game. So let me add you. Oh, and here, I'll give you my link tree too. Boom, 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 boom. So for anyone out there, here's my link tree. You can follow me on my socials. What was that? Hey, thank you. You can join the Discord. And again, I just knowledge dump in the Discord. I like talking about art. coding, anything nerdy. And I'm always here to help people with their programming and or whatever. If I can help you do something, I'll help. So I do a lot of stuff, but yeah, so I appreciate if anyone's out there to give me a follow and subscribe, like, all that goodness. Let's continue this deep dive while I noodle for a minute.
Once per simulation day,
Right.
it triggers this predictable global growth tick.
Oh.
And that means all the
So I know all this. Actually, let me grab a snack real quick. And actually, I'll add you on Discord real fast. Boop, 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 boop. What the hell? There it goes. Alright, sent you a friend request. Where is this monitor sucks ass. Check chats. They provide. That's work. I'm not gonna look at that. Give me a sec. I want to grab a snack and then we'll continue on. We're close to testing out the actual farming features and shit. Like, you know, it's just so cool. I love this tech, especially when you are an experienced engineer and you've done tons of code work and in reviews and you've seen a million code bases. Like, it's really, if you know how to orchestrate this stuff, it's a carpal tunnel and repetitive stress injury savior. That's the most thing I'm excited about AI. Grab this. Check. All right. That's heating up. All right. Alrighty. So let's see here. Let me think. Well, I don't need. As soon as that's done heating up, I'll put my earbuds on. Listen to this while I munch a little. So the farming feature is going to be exciting to see the AI working the fields and making my corn or growing my corn, harvesting it, and then the generational features of the farming system. So It's more complicated than plant, grow, harvest, eat it. Um, Seeds have traits, and traits can be passed on to the next generation of seeds. Um, and then that can affect your harvest. It can affect different things, and you can. It just adds a layer of depth to the farming that you don't traditionally get from a lot of just canned farming features in survival games, roguelikes, and whatnot. Fancy old fancy. Good on drink. I really wish they'd make this white monster without all the caffeine and energy drink crap. I like the taste of these things. Like, there's a couple engineers, they're older engineers, they're in their 60s or something I work with, and like they're the smartest fucking dudes I know. I love working with them. They're identical twins too. I love working with these guys. But I wasn't drinking Monster at all. And every time I go work on a project on site with them, they always have like 5 monsters on them, and they always offer me monsters, and they get me hooked to monsters again. And then I gotta kick it again. Well, it's not like I get addicted to them, but again, it's this white one. I do really like the taste of it. I just wish I could have this drink, a healthy version of this drink without all the energy drink crap. I mean, the white one doesn't have any sugar. It's got ethanol or whatever the fuck that is. It's got 6 grams of carbs. I mean, but it doesn't mess with me really. But I like the taste of it. Let me. What am I doing? No, I got my food. Okay. No, I need napkins. Because I got wings here. Get this away from my keyboard and mouse while I do this. Let's hit play. Let me grab napkins. I should have bought like a couple rolls of paper towels. Like typically whenever they cater lunch and like dinner, or if I eat, like I work long day and I don't have to pay for any food with my per diem, I like to do a Walmart delivery of groceries for the hotel room and get some staples. I should get paper towels. All right, let's continue this conversation while I
plant growth, water evaporation, soil changes, decay. They all happen in perfect sync across the whole world. Avoids all those nasty race conditions or inconsistencies you can get with purely real-time sims.
Okay, that makes sense for time. But the simulation isn't just about time, it's also space. How does the world even know a farm plot is there? How does it react?
That's where the entity management system comes in. Its main job is tracking units, sure, but it also manages the underlying grid. And critically, it dynamically updates the A pathfinding graph.
Ah, pathfinding, okay.
So when a character does the job till soil action, the tiles map tile data gets updated, right?
Yeah.
And the entity manager tells the A system, hey, adjust the cost for this tile.
So are we talking like it blocks the path entirely, or is it more like a penalty? That seems important for how NPCs behave.
Good question. Generally, for something like tilled soil, you want a significant movement cost penalty.
Yeah.
Maybe like 75% slower movement.
Not a hard block.
Right. Hard blocks are usually for walls, deep water, stuff like that. This penalty just makes NPCs prefer to path around the tilled fields. It leads to more natural...
Oh, that is an excellent fucking point.
They'll respect the field.
I didn't think about that. So when they till soil, I will increase the penalty of that tile in the pathfinding grid, and that will make AI not like beeline through a field of plants, or they'll walk around garden plots and stuff. But if it scores right, they will navigate it. It's not like I say you cannot walk on this tilled soil, but they will defer to a path with less penalty for movement. Now walls, other units, and certain things like unwalkable things, things that are truly unwalkable, and I just don't want it to be harder or cost more for them to think about walking on it. That I will actually flag in the grid as unwalkable in the pathfinding system. So the pathfinding grid's made up of nodes, and they have a walkable trait or property. And I can set that to true or false, and that's a hard. You can't path here. Like no matter how you calculate the paths, this is not a walkable tile. But that the point they just made about the increase in the penalty will make the AIs respect your farmland and not like walk through it, and it'll look better too. Because again, like me and you too, like if you got like an easy path of grass that's not difficult to walk across and uneven, we would take that path. But again, if it is shorter and the whatever, they still have the option of walking through the grass or the tilled areas. I like that. That's a nice touch. I didn't even think about that. Holy crap. That is a really nice touch.
Field.
But they can still cross it if they really have to.
Exactly. If it's the only route they can cross, but it'll realistically slow them down. They aren't just, totally immobilized by a bit of tilled earth.
Okay. And for all these different systems, farming, pathfinding, UI to talk to each other, like a change in soil richness needs to trigger a notification, or maybe a harvest triggers a sound effect. How does that work?
That's the global event system, game events. It's like the game's nervous system.
Decoupled communication.
Exactly. Super crucial.
Yeah.
So if the new farming manager sees a plant hit its final growth stage, it just fires off a crop ready for harvest event. Then maybe the log manager is listening and writes a message. The sound manager listens and plays a little jingle. Maybe some other modded system listens and triggers a visual effect.
And none of them need to know how the farming manager works internally.
Precisely. They just need to know what events to listen for or fire off.
Yeah.
Keeps everything cleaner and more modular.
That communication backbone really enables the complexity, doesn't it? But the
Right.
actual content, the crops, the traits, that relies on the data-driven design using scriptable objects, or SOs.
Yeah, this is the absolute blueprint for content.
Oh, those are
The whole
cool.
game already works this way. Races, crafting recipes, character traits, they're all defined using these immutable SO data templates.
Which means designers can add stuff without touching the core code.
Exactly. You want a new type of mushroom? Create a new crop data set. New trait, make a trait cell. No recompiling, no messing with the core logic. It's incredibly powerful for iteration and modding.
We've seen this work really well in the character system, right? Where characters are basically just data containers, the unit model separating the what's from the how. But let's focus on how farming impacts character abilities through the dynamic stat system, the runtime stats.
Okay, yeah. This is a really powerful calculation engine that's already in place. Stats like, say, crafting speed or health, they aren't just fixed numbers.
Right, they're calculated.
They're calculated dynamically based on a whole hierarchy. The character's 8 core attributes, their skill levels, current health, temporary buffs or debuffs.
So walk me through an example. Let's say my character eats a high-grade radish grown using this new farming system. And this radish has some kind of temporary bonus trait baked into its data. How does that flow through?
Okay, so the food item has its item instance data. We'll get more into that later, which holds the trait info. When consumed, that trait data, let's say it's Brawn Boost, gets handed straight into the runtime stats calculator. The calculator sees Brawn Boost, temporarily modifies the relevant core attribute like strength,
And then
and then it automatically recalculates every single derived stat that depends on strength. So suddenly, mining speed, melee damage, maybe even carrying capacity, they all update instantly.
wow. So the farming system just provides a new input to this existing engine.
Exactly. We didn't have to write custom code for apply radish buff.
Yeah.
We just defined the data for the radish trait, and the existing runtime stat system handles the integration automatically. It's incredibly efficient.
Okay, that's powerful. Now that brings us to the decision makers, the actual farmers.
I was
The
seeing
AI
if I could
framework.
send a message on
Utility
YouTube.
based.
I had this
There's
weird
maybe
feeling that people
not
on
even
YouTube
AI
couldn't
design or
comment,
utility based.
but I don't think
Why
that's
not
true.
something simpler like a finite state machine for managing a farm?
Good question. Finite state machines, FSMs, they're great for simple, predictable loops, like patrol point A, then point B, repeat.
Right.
But farming, it's dynamic, it's messy. Sometimes you need to plant, sometimes water, sometimes harvest. Maybe you also need to eat right now, or run away from a goblin, or fix your hoe.
Too many states for an
Fix your
FSC.
hoe.
Exactly. Utility-based decision making is way
Phrasing.
better than this because it's constantly evaluating potentially hundreds of factors against all possible actions or goal. It's more fluid. The AI architecture separates the NPC brain, which is the thinker, the decision maker, from the
Man,
NPC
what I really
motor,
want is
which is just the
Caesar
body
salad.
handling movement requests.
It was
And
like
the
too
NPC
heavy.
brain looks at these utility goals, so assets. Goals like go farming, repair gear, sleep.
Correct. And it figures out the priority by consulting these specialized utility consideration SO curves.
Curves. How does that work?
Think of a curve like a little function. It maps some input state like how low are the faction's food reserves
Yeah.
to a score, usually between 0 and 1. So if food is critically low, the consideration curve for that state might output 0.9 for the farm goal. If it's midsummer, maybe a consideration for optimal planting time scores 1.0.
So the AI isn't following a rigid script.
Not at all. It just calculates the scores for all possible goals based on all relevant considerations at that exact moment, and then pursues whichever goal currently has the highest score.
Which leads to emergent behavior.
Exactly. You don't explicitly program an NPC to be a farmer. You program a character who values things like efficiency, food security, maybe staying dry. And they become a farmer organically when the simulation's conditions make farming the highest scoring goal for them.
Okay, the foundation seems really solid. Now let's introduce the new data structures demanded by this Elin-inspired farming spec. We start with the basic template, the new crop definition, the crop data SO.
Right. So this is the template for all the static, unchanging information about a plant. Crops, trees, grass, whatever. Like any SO, it's immutable once defined.
And it needs to contain the whole life cycle, right?
Absolutely. For example, the
You can
growth
hear
stages
the
field
podcast
isn't just
pretty good.
made
I didn't
up
know
of
I had-
stages.
I had it
It's an
dialed
array of
down.
Structures. Each structure in the array defines the duration in game ticks needed for that specific stage, and also points to the visual representation, the mesh, the particle effect for that stage.
So a complex crop might need way more definition data than a simple weed.
Precisely. 5 stages means 5 data entries in that array, and the environmental needs have to be defined right here in the template too.
Like sunlight and water.
Yep. We need fields like sunlight.
So I should have specified, and again, I think it's configurable, but I should have specified the stages of crops, how many stages of the crop growth harvest I have. So if I look at, cranberry orange. Looks like they have plenty of growth stages already modeled and textured, so whatever. But I should have figured that out and made that part of the analysis. But
Probably
it
in
may just be a
full,
small code
partial,
change.
None. If it's set to full, then the growth calculations we talked about earlier will just halt during winter when the sunlight simulation scores 0 for outdoor tiles.
Okay, direct link.
And then water requirement may be a float value. Could range from 0.1 for a hardy desert cactus to 0.9 for something like tropical patty rice that needs constant moisture.
I can immediately see the gameplay.
I should have also provided the list of crops that I have already, and it could have been factored into this plan. But that can be phase 2, or I can extend the project plan or create a new project plan to implement the exact crop cycles for each plant. So I'm going to probably document that, and I'll do that. But I could have gave it more information.
If you
More information is always good.
find some ancient seed that requires 0 sunlight,
Instantly, you know it's a cave crop.
right, it directs your whole settlement strategy, pushes you towards underground farming.
That's the power of data-driven constraints. We also define the resource cycle right here, the fertility consumption value.
How much the plant takes out of the soil.
Yeah, and it's not fixed. A demanding crop might pull, say, 20 points of fertility from the tile every time it's harvested. This immediately links crop choice to long-term soil management strategy.
And there's that is perennial flag too, that links back to automation, doesn't it? Determines if the plant needs clearing after harvest.
Correct. If it's not perennial, like wheat, It leaves behind remnants that require specific job clear remnants before the tile can be used again. Perennials, like fruit trees, wouldn't need that.
Okay, so that's all static template data. But the Elin system, and really any deep crafting or progression system, needs items, especially seeds, to carry unique, changing data. Which brings us to the critical architecture.
The one thing that I don't have art asset wise for my farming stuff is the seeds. I've got the crops and their grow phases and the harvest crop vegetable. I don't think I have seeds, but that's I can build some 3D seeds if I have to, but I probably have an asset for seeds. So, yeah. Oh shit.
AI isn't following a rigid script.
Before the tile can be used again. Perennials, like fruit trees, wouldn't.
The need for mutable seed data, proper.
And for the items that do need it, the inventory system is designed to use a managed object pool for these item instance data objects wherever possible.
Pooling. Okay.
Yeah, especially during things like splitting stacks or merging them.
Right.
It minimizes the garbage generated during common inventory operations. It definitely adds complexity to the inventory code, no doubt, but it's an investment needed to ensure the system scales without grinding to a halt later on.
That level of detail is definitely reassuring. Okay, let's get back to that aha moment you mentioned. This whole item instance data layer was forced by the need for mutable seed data, but the benefits ripple outwards.
Massively. The game's potential for loot depth just explodes overnight. Before this, adding something like a masterwork quality level was probably a hack, maybe using item naming conventions or something brittle.
Right.
Now, the crafting system can just cleanly write a quality level integer directly into the new item instance data field when a high skill character crafts an item. Simple, robust.
And that same mechanism works for magic items.
Exactly the same mechanism. You want randomly generated stats on magic gear. Store a dictionary stat type float right inside the item instance data. Boom, you've got a helmet of +8 vitality and +5 fire resistance.
It completely changes the player's investment loop, doesn't it? It's not just about finding items anymore, it's about finding unique items, maybe even developing them through crafting or breeding.
It creates that foundational hook for long-term player retention. Suddenly, every potentially enhanced item can feel distinct special. This is perfect architectural synergy. A fix required by one system becomes a massive upgrade for all systems dealing with items.
Okay, fantastic. Lastly, for this section, we need to integrate farming into the actual world map grid. We need the map tile data component. This lives on every tile.
Every tile in a loaded map chunk, yeah. It needs to track the 3 critical dynamic properties for farming on that specific tile: fertility, water level, and tilled status.
Right. Fertility is the richness, always changing. Water level is moisture, going up with rain, down with evaporation. And tilled status is just that state machine, not tilled, or paddy.
Those 3 pillars define the local farming simulation state.
And the strategic tie-in here is just brilliant. The initial static soil fertility value that comes from the Perlin noise during world generation.
Yeah, from worldgenerator.cs when the map's first created.
That static value sets the initial dynamic fertility for the tile when the game starts, but also its maximum possible dynamic fertility forever.
Exactly. This immediately gives meaning to player exploration and settlement choices. If the world gen noise says a biome generally has high fertility, maybe scoring 95 out of 100, then a tile in that biome starts at 95 dynamic fertility. And even if you enrich it later, it can never go above that initial 95 cap.
Whereas settling on barren tundra, maybe the max fertility is only 30.
That's
Right. So choosing to settle in a fertile jungle biome gives you an intrinsic permanent advantage in farming yield and sustainability compared to the tundra. It connects that large-scale strategic settlement decision directly to the minute-by-minute reality of managing your farm plots.
Okay, data structures are in place. Map tiles know about fertility. Let's look at the actual doing of farming. All the actions, tilling, planting, harvesting, they all rely on the existing jobburner.cs and taskmanager.cs architecture, right? Farming is just another job.
Yes, and that's critical. It means NPCs and the player use the exact same underlying logic and systems. Keeps things consistent, easier to maintain, and allows AI autonomy naturally. The sequence usually starts with field preparation. First is job strip grass. Pretty simple, just clears debris or wild grass. Requires a tool tagged as shovel. Prepares the bare earth.
Then the crucial step, job till soil. This needs a hoe tool tag, and it changes the map tile data's tilled status to tilled. How long does a job like tilling actually take? Is it fixed or does skill matter?
Oh, it's definitely dynamic. The time it takes is calculated based on the character's farming skill level, the new skill we discussed, and probably modified by the quality of the hoe they're using, plus a base time defined in the job.
I'm an adult. I have a
So
mortgage.
low-skill farmer
But
takes
I'm
longer?
giggling at the AI podcast saying
20
ho.
seconds of real-time game time per tile. A master farmer with a, masterwork adamantine hoe might do it in just 5 seconds. Player progression feels immediately impactful right from preparing the field.
Okay, fields prepped. Now cultivation jobs. Job sow seed. This consumes the seed item. Does it consume the item instance data too?
Good question. Yes, it consumes the seed item stack, and it reads the item instance data from that seed stack, if it exists, and copies that unique data, the enhancement level, the traits onto the new persistent crop instance that gets created in the world on that tile.
Got it. So the seed's legacy is transferred to the growing plant,
Yeah.
and there's job water crop.
Right. And the Elam mechanic specified here is quite interesting and strategic. Watering doesn't just fill a meter. It specifically reduces the remaining time till the next growth stage by 1 day's worth of ticks.
So it directly accelerates growth.
Yeah, it's a powerful intervention. If a plant needs, say, 10 more simulation ticks to advance to the next stage, watering it immediately reduces that counter to 9. You can actively speed things up.
And fertilizer adds another layer. Job fertilize crop. Consumes a fertilizer item. The plan says it applies a temporary boost equal to 10% of the crop's total required growth time.
That's the idea. So if a crop takes 100 ticks total from seed to harvest, applying fertilizer gives an immediate one-time non-stacking bonus reduction of 10 ticks.
Applied as like a status effect on the plant?
Probably, yeah,
Yeah.
a status effect on the crop instance. This gives a really tangible, immediate reward for using fertilizer. It's not just a passive slight boost, it's a strategic tool to manage your growth timelines.
Makes sense. Okay, the payoff, harvesting. The plan highlights the choice of tool here as a critical strategic micro decision.
Yeah, this is neat. If you harvest with a sickle tool equipped, the job harvest crop generates both the harvest yields, the actual food produce,
Right.
and the seed yields.
And harvesting with a sickle is the only way to trigger the seed breeding system.
Correct. That's the gateway to the deep progression loop. But if you harvest without a sickle, maybe you're just grabbing some berries barehanded in an emergency or forgot your tool. You only get the harvest yields. The food is still generated, maybe slightly less efficiently, but the special seed with its potential enhancements and traits is lost. You don't get a seed back to replant or breed.
So the choice is quick food now or invest in the future potential of my crops.
Exactly. It forces even basic harvesting into a conscious decision about tool management and long-term goals versus short-term needs.
And we have to remember the consequence. The resource cycle conclusion. Fertility drops.
Right, the tile's fertility value is reduced by the amount specified in the harvested crop data SSO. And if that fertility drops too low, into a critical negative range.
Then what? Reduced yield.
Worse. The plan suggests implementing a high probability of total harvest failure. Like a 75% chance the job harvest crop calculation just destroys the plant and yields nothing.
Ouch.
Represents total soil exhaustion.
So the agents are having some trouble because they can't build the project, and that's annoying. But we're pretty far along the plan, so what I'm going to do is have Gemini here do a code review. And this is why I haven't been using agents, is just because of this weird bug. But it did save me a lot of code, or clicking in code and all that, but and give me a new updated project plan that is easy for the co-pilot to digest and work. So that's I also a lot of times when I am gonna use agents, I will tell it to be more concise in the project plan, because if you dump a whole novel into the context, you're eating up a lot of that limitations there. Do, 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 do. Boy, it nailed it, right? Oh, wait, okay. I was going to say, where the fuck is the fucking plan? Um, chit chatting with my new Fran. Alrighty. I don't know if you're still watching, but yeah, like a year ago, I'm getting back to streaming. Over a year ago, I was streaming a lot, and then I got real busy with life and different things, and now I'm kind of getting back to it. But I'm also, I've invested in some VST plugins, better mic, and everything. I've been struggling getting back into streaming recently because my mic quality was so bad, it was like discouraging. But I finally figured out all that, and I think I sound pretty good now. So again, I'm going to try to figure out a schedule. And again, that's a tough one for me just because of the way my brain works and I work. I'm gonna try to set like a 3-day a week, 2-hour like schedule or something. I don't know, and then always hit those days. But you're gonna see me online a lot. So I mean, if I get the itch to code or dev or shoot the shit or I got a new idea, I'll jump on a stream. So again, give me likes, or if you can follow me, like me, help me. I think I'm about to break 200 followers on Twitch. Like, I'm this close. So anyone out there, I appreciate it. Any support you can hand me. All right. What is this thing? I don't want you. Okay, what am I thinking here? Let's go finish this so I can test it in Unity. I'm going to give it the errors, and then I'm going to say, let's continue the project plan. I'm going to drop my link tree in the chat again for everybody. So yeah, I use Restream.io to stream to YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and X. I think I'm gonna swap X out for Facebook. But I'm still on the fence there. All right. Let me. What did I say? Let's continue the plan and work on the next steps. Again, I kind of like doing it in Gemini Canvas versus the agents anyways, because I don't know. Like I said, right now there's just a bug and Visual Studio and Copilot and Unity projects. And again, I'm gonna spend some time to figure that out because it can't build after it does edits, and then it gets like, oh well, fuck, I don't know. And now I don't know my other software projects that I work on that aren't Unity projects and have like A star pathfinding. Like the agents works great. It doesn't get confused. It does what it's supposed to. So it's a lot better that way, but um, it has saved me a ton of work just having it start. And typically that's what I like to do with agents. If it's greenfield, brand new code, it's going to be a lot of new code classes. I will use them to save myself from having to create them all manually and get the boilerplate in. But again, agents are awesome. I just wish I didn't have the bug that I have right now with them. And it's not really, it's just a kind of a pain point. Here are the first files for the first task. So this is kind of the workflow now. Like, so I'll come here and farming, where would I put this? Farming zone. I'll just put it right here. So Control Shift A, farming zone.cs, and then I'm gonna just quickly make, oh, that's an update, and that's an update, okay. So, oops, shit. Did I double click it? All right, so Resource Manager has an update. So it's going to register. And again, Control T in Visual Studio, best way to navigate. So I can jump right to that method. So I can just take this chunk here and again, the amount of features and code that I can just grind through as an experienced engineer and developer with AI. And again, I'm kind of treating this project as a capstone for my my keynote that I'm going to be giving at the University of British Columbia in November. So again, that's another reason why I'm documenting these things and I'm talking in length about my workflow. I don't know if I like that direction, but we'll do it. This, I don't know about the I read-only list. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, that's why it gave me those methods. Sometimes, like when it tries to be more concise and it just gives me the chunks of code. That's already a sign of this class is getting too big, or it's got too many responsibilities, or it needs to be broken down. I like to keep the classes one prior to AI. It's single responsibility. Don't have God classes. And like if it's getting big, try to break it up into logical pieces. But there's an advantage to that with coding and AI because AI where it really falls down, like in the UO projects, the XML spawner class is like 12,000 lines of code in one class file. It is crazy. And like I always say, like the second the AI can handle the XML spawners from the UO projects, Ultima Online open source projects, is when it's really achieved sentience. All right, so are we error free? No, it's gonna make me do this. I don't think I don't like using the underscore for private variables. I'm probably gonna refactor that. I hate when it doesn't follow my coding practices. All right. So now the player interaction script. So again, sometimes it's just annoying. So I'm gonna say, give me the full script for, because it takes more time for me to piece together what pieces need to go where when it does this. Like it doesn't give me the full code file. So it's a judgment call on that a lot of times. Do 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 do. Incorporating the latest changes for farming zone designation. I think it's being a booger here. As it's basically, and this is something you gotta be careful with too, with AI. So what I'm gonna do is reference this file. So you can click, drag, Alt Tab back to the window. Because basically what I see it doing, and again, when it does an update to some of your stuff, like here I've got some temporary code for testing out the pocket dimension logic. So when I say pocket dimension, I'm talking about like containers and containers, or like if you wanted to have a bag of holding, and then there's the magical tent. Well, it's a tent that has its own like sub area, and anything you put inside the tent, and the tent you can actually have rearrange and like modify the contents of your tent like it's a area or a house. But any items you put inside there have less weight and stuff like it. So that's why you get the pocket dimension. Think of the TARDIS from Doctor Who or whatever. But I caught it removing code that I had in here, and I think some of this is temporary code, but no, it shouldn't have removed it. So I'm gonna grill it. And this is why you review everything that it's doing. Actually, we're getting close to a point where I want to check in code. so I want to look at that one file I just changed. You made a sharp observation. I apologize for the confusion. You're correct. The version I provided was missing the logic from your original class. No shit. Caught you red-handed. No, I'm playing. This, I don't like that. I think it's getting lost in the weeds. One, all these inputs are temporary. This really was a script that I created to test out the inventory and item system, so I could drop a container, drop a tent, pick up a tent, or and validate that the tent got its own GUID or unique identifier, because the way that pocket dimension containers work, again, think containers and containers. And again, I might move away from that a little. Yeah. Anyway, I won't get too deep into that. But I'm gonna just have it. One, I'm probably gonna start a new conversation. The context has got a little long in the tooth here, but I'm gonna give it the whole code base again. It is temporary code. I can just probably go ahead and gut it. I can go with this, but I wanted to. And ultimately, anywhere I have input.getKey or any of the old input manager logic is a temporary thing that I just slapped in there, and it will go away because this will use the new input system 100% because it already does for a majority of the sections of code. So let's see what it says. Let's take it for what it is. Again, that was temp code, but I don't want to get rid of it yet because I was using it for a reason. I do need it. I need to change chat windows. I haven't really done too much. Like, I can't believe it's off track. That's weird. Project plan. Progress. Report. For each phase. We're close to done with the project plan, and that means I can actually test it in game. But I just want to make sure it's not stepping on this chunk of code, because I'm not ready to strip that out yet. I'm still using it, even though it is temporary. It did, you know, so it's kind of right, but I'm just not. I'm still committed to that code. I can't let it go. So we're 9% complete on phase 1. I can't believe we're still not done with that. I feel that's a lie. Soil data model. Create a data model likely a scriptable object to find different soil types and their properties. Okay, that's fine. That's true. That's true. 50% done with phase 2. And again, these phases probably, I should have broke the phases down a little more granularly. Weather effects, create a weather manager, season manager. Cut itself off. Yeah, this chat's I'm gonna restart this chat. Or start a new chat. Again, this is a common thing with AI. They, you know, they can get a little off tilted. I'm gonna give it the and because I have the deep research, well, this isn't deep research, this is actually, yeah, that is. And I want to reference this again just to start off the new conversation. To complete this project. And again, I feel like a project manager because again, and I loathe project managers. Well, I don't loathe them, but I just, you know, don't make me work against a rigid thing. crop breeding and genetic system. That's what's really freaking cool about this approach, and the way this is going to kind of stand out and make farming unique, and not just, oh, plant corn, get corn, plant corn, get corn, plant potato, get potato. You're actually going to be able to do genetics and like modify your seeds, and then every harvest, the plants that were harvested have a possibility for unique traits, and that can affect your stats, give you temporary bonuses, and actual experience towards like certain attributes. So food farming, or seed generational traits, or seed, whatever you want to call it, breeding, and then it makes food more than just, oh, it heals you or gives you this or that. It has more nuance, it has more to it, and it's not always the same thing. Sometimes you finally get a trait in a seed or a crop that you like, and you can keep that going, or you can improve it and stuff like that. It really it makes the farming gameplay loop a lot funner and better, because it's not just your Stardew Valley or your basic survival game farming. Like, it's more than just grow it, harvest it, eat it. The unique properties of the seeds and the harvested plant, and how the seed affects the harvested plant, and then the seed can breeding into the next generation. It's really cool. All right. Do. Shit, what time is it? 11:16. How long have I been streaming? 4 hours. What? That's it? I got rambly at the start of the stream, so I'm gonna try to curtail that and just make sure I'm working and progressing more, because, well, an old time friend hopped on the stream and we caught up and stuff too, but I had to show him all the aspects of the game and stuff. And again, I might do that, a quick loop through all the stuff I've built in the game already, because again, this is 2 weeks into this project. I've got the start screens, inventory screens. I got procedural planet generation and procedural local generation that is linked to the planet generation geography, to where the world that's generated, it's calculated the fertility based off the geographical regions, rainfall, the rivers, the roads. So if you are trying to grow stuff up in the tundra, the fertility is going to be crap. If you try to grow stuff in the temperate jungle or temperate forest, you're gonna have a leg up in farming, because it has more fertility, and the fertility of a location on the planet is the hard cap of that, and it can never naturally go past that. But you can use fertilizer to get it past. Say it's like out of 100%. This temperate forest would have a 95% hard cap, because it's not right down in the equator. It's not in the sweet spot of the planet. So your choice of colony, where you set up shop, too, factors into how farming is going to play out for you in that game. Again, if you want a really challenging game where you're on an ice tundra and you can't grow shit, well, you probably won't be able to grow nothing on an ice tundra. But it's really cool. I don't know. I'm happy to be back to streaming and doing game dev on stream. It's always been something I've enjoyed. Over a year or so ago, like I said, if you go to my YouTube channel, thankfully YouTube doesn't delete your stream videos. They keep them, so you can see what I was doing over a year ago, and some of the other stuff I've kind of played with. I tried a lot of different things, but this project is like a dream project I've always wanted to build and do, and some of the systems were just really complicated, and the procedural planet generation and all of that, and the local map gen and how they're the the connectivity and the continuation of them, and how it all works together would have taken me months probably or weeks to implement before, and now I'm less than 2 weeks into this project, and I'm crushing it. But let me get this here, and I'm do a quick run through of the game features that I have out there now, so you can see them. So this is the crop data. So map tile data. Oh, come on. It's really lost in the sauce, isn't it? Oh, I'm dumb. Or am I? Damn it. My brain is starting to turn to mush. When did a dun, 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 dun. Sometimes this helps. Otherwise, I can go ahead and just make what it's doing, but it's fine. I'm lazy. I'm tired. Burr, 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 burr. Again, Control T, paste. Of course. I actually like the map tile data approach. because I may actually go with that because the parallel arrays, they're performant. It's not as easy to digest though. But again, depending on how big I let local map chunks be, may affect how I drive this in the future. But for now, just to get us to where we can implement and test, do this. I'm probably gonna hop off here soon. I gotta work tomorrow. I wanted to get it to where we could test the farming in Unity Editor, and we're real close. All the data objects, all the core logic classes are getting there, and some stuff that is getting fleshed out around input that I didn't really need to test farming, but again, it's best to just go ahead and get it underway. And I'm going to probably do my own little review and analysis because I want to make sure. Yeah, again, I'm also going to try to think about any differences, or I'm going to review what I kind of had planned out for the farming system and any tweaks that I want to make now that I'm at this far into that part of the project. Yeah, I need to review what the hell it's doing here. I made the farming manager yet? it's what, 11:30 now on the East Coast. My computer says 10:28, but I keep forgetting that my computer's stuck on Central Time. So, yeah, I hate to end on a note here, but I do need to go to bed. I got to get up early and be at work early for the go live. What I'll do tomorrow, I'll be on after 5 o'clock Eastern Time and continue this and wrap it up, and then we'll see the AI working the land and me being able to work the land as a player. I'll create the scriptable object definitions for the seeds, the plants, the crops, and all that. So we got the bones of the farming system here. We're really, really, really far into it. And as soon as I get through those bits, and I'm going to do my own review and look at the architectural design documents and make sure there's no tweaks or any changes that I want to make to the original plan. I'll continue that on tomorrow, but we are getting there. And then farming is gonna be one hell of a beast. 2, I should have created the time manager system, time of day, seasons, all that prior to the farming system. So I kind of got cart before the horse, because again, the farming system really relies on the game having time and days and cycle or seasons and all that. So I think what I'll do tomorrow is implement that and make sure that the time manager is fully there, and then the seasons manager and weather manager need to be there too. They really should have came first, but they're being implemented because of the farming now. But those were features that I was going to have anyway, regardless of farming. So just some final thoughts before I go. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for stopping in. Again, follow me on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, or X or whatever. I'll drop my link tree one more time for you. And I will be hitting the hay because I'm getting kind of tired. And I got to get up with the butt crack of dawn. The old butt crack. All right, guys. Again, thanks for stopping in and checking me out. And I will see you tomorrow. And again, hop in the Discord. You can follow along whenever so I drop a lot of thoughts and ideas, links to videos, assets, sales, talk through different stuff. Again, I'm trying to build a community up, and I love interacting with creatives and gamers and, I don't know, just people in general. So swing on by. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night, guys.